T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Kush's Corner here on the Trap Talk Reptile Network, the coolest reptile network in the world. Tonight is going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. We have a scrub python breeding roundtable with three of the guys who are doing it the absolute best with scrub pythons. The Python King himself, Mr. Ryan Young. We have Brian Fischer and Rob Christian with us tonight. This is going to be a good one. Before we get into this, as always, USARC. So USARC is the organization that is fighting for our rights to keep our reptiles, to run our reptile businesses, and to live this lifestyle. Check out usarc.org for all of the information you need to know about the organization. That website is also where you can find alerts on pieces of legislation, either new or existing, at either the local levels or the federal level. And you can also become a member of USARC at usarc.org. As a community, we have strength in numbers. The more people that are behind the cause, the better. And we are here. Thank you to everybody who is tuned in with us tonight. If you are here on YouTube, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. We drop a new podcast every single day of the week from some of the best hosts in the game, talking about a wide variety of topics from within the reptile industry. So if you are a reptile podcast fan, you have come to the right place. We are also on all of the audio platforms, be that Spotify, Apple Podcast, Google Play, wherever you get your podcast from. You can find the Trap Talk Reptile Network. Follow and a 5-star review on any of those platforms would be most appreciated. With that, let's bring the first guest into the show, the white horse himself, Mr. Ryan Young. What's going on?
Oh, man. Never going to live it down.
You will never live it down. If anyone wasn't at the Bill Stiegel party, man, you missed out on the most entertaining night of your life. That's all I'll say for now. What a time. Well, thank you for being here with us tonight, Ryan. I really appreciate it. How are things going up there in the Great White North?
Oh, pretty good. We're flirting with being white here pretty soon. It's
Damn.
It's up in the mountains. I can see it.
Really? It's getting really pretty cold up there already?
Yeah, it was 26, 27 this morning.
Yeesh. Dang.
Turtles were frozen over.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's brutal. But like at that temperature, what are your snake rooms running at this point in time?
It's 82 during the day and I don't know, 76 at night, something like that.
Okay, so for now you're kind of still like regulating it at a higher temperature for the time being?
Yeah, during this winter cycle, I'd turn it up from 80 to 82.
Okay.
Just cool. Take the edge off.
Very nice, very nice. Well, yeah, definitely have a good podcast tonight, a great conversation. I think we're going to have something that all four of us really care about is breeding scrub pythons. Let's get the next guy up on here. Mr. Brian Fischer. What's going on, man? How's it going?
What's up? Not much. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here with us tonight. So this is your second year producing scrub pythons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Very nice. And it's been two different localities or whatnot of Southerns?
Yeah.
Whatever you want to say.
Yeah. So the first was were Ternamara imports from Dan Maliri, and then I also had a generic Southern, what most people call Maruki, female from Dan as well. And
okay.
So yeah, the first pairing was the two Ternamaras, and then the second pairing was the Ternamara male to the generic Southern Maruki, whatever you want to call it, female.
Okay. So with the two different pairings, did you notice any differences up front with the babies kind of from one to the next?
Well, other than the first clutch, like we talked about last time, was all kinked up and messed up. No, I mean, the patterns are a little bit different and more variable on the second clutch, which I would kind of expect if they are in fact kind of different localities, even though they're for now the same species. But yeah, other than some patterning, not really much difference. And they're still pretty young, the second clutch, so they're still coloring up.
Very nice, very nice. Well, we'll definitely get more into that as we go. But last but most certainly not least, Mr. Rob Christian. What's going on, dude?
Hey, what's up? How's it
A
going?
little late, but no one who's watching or listening can tell. So, and
They
luckily,
would never know.
you are a podcast professional yourself, so don't have to worry about sound check with Rob. So,
Something like that.
absolutely. So, dude, how are the babies from this year doing?
Good, good. The first clutch that I hatched out, all of them are eating except for one. There's one that like grabs them every single time and then drops it and doesn't eat it. So I'm gonna move that one into a different style enclosure and see if that changes things.
Okay.
And the second clutch, they're just about to go through their first shed. So I'm pretty hyped about having two clutches this year. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess is it any different really feeling wise from the 1 to 2 as far as that jump goes? Because I remember for me, like, obviously one clutch of scrubs alone is like that's incredible, but then once you get multiple, like it almost didn't feel real to me the first time I was able to produce multiple. I don't know about you.
Yeah, basically, it's just like it's almost overwhelming. Like, luckily these ones were a little bit staggered, so I had a little bit of time to like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on this first clutch, get all these guys going, and get them all ready and eating and everything. And then once I didn't have to mess with them anymore, then the second clutch hatched out. So they were like months apart. So I was able to not have it feel too overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's something we're going to get into tonight as well, as kind of the seasonality or lack thereof with scrub pythons. Because I think between the four of us, we've had babies hatch in a super wide window throughout the year. And I personally can't really put my finger on what causes that one way or another, but maybe we'll figure that out throughout the evening. So I'm gonna kind of go like kind of clockwise around the screen with these questions. Try to keep it on the rails. My last panel podcast went so far off the rails. This guy knows something about that. He may have been the culprit of the going off the rails. So I guess we'll see what we can do. But very basic to just get started. I'll shoot it to you first, Ryan. I mean, what originally got you into scrub pythons?
Me, probably, just the head on them is just phenomenal. The big head scales and I liked I was back when I got my first scrub pythons, they were all still just amethystina. And so knowing like that there was work being done on speciation and then starting to look at the different localities and seeing that they weren't the same snakes and stuff like that really made me dive into the natural history and stuff like that. So there was a lot of things that got me interested in them. A lot of variability.
Yeah, I mean, same goes for me. I think any snake person, but python person in particular, like when you are first learning about it, it's like, okay, scrub pythons are a thing, but then as soon as you kind of like really like open that Pandora's box, you're like, holy shit, this is maybe the most variable kind of like distinction of python naturally that there is, for anyone who's into like the locality type stuff, speciation within a tight geographic range. I feel like I don't know how a python fan can't get obsessed with scrub pythons based on that fact alone, but I might be biased on that one. So when did you first get into scrub pythons?
Mostly, I mean, we had a few at pet stores I worked at. I think the first ones I got were probably early 2000s.
Okay.
And I think did I get Nada first? I got Nada first, I think.
Okay.
And had some Barnecks.
Cool. Very nice. So then, Brian, I'm going to shoot this over to you. What was the original thing that got you into scrub pythons and when?
Well, yeah, as I'm sure everybody knows, I'm mainly a chondro guy, so that's kind of what I started with. And I've always kind of had eclectic interests in herps and try and dabble in everything. And so earlier on in my keeping history, I was by a very large kind of aquarium, reptile, kind of general pet store in Pennsylvania. And one of my good buddies there was super into scrubs. And so that he was kind of the one that kind of sparked my interest in it. And, at the time I was keeping a lot of different things. And so back then Class Lepus were, $100 and very different time, but that was my first entry into keeping scrubs at home. I worked with some at the pet shop I worked at, but
Cool.
Started with Malukan, and then just kind of had dabbled in them ever since. Had Nauta and Southerns, and now Helms and Nauta again, thanks to you, and and Southerns, and so just like the chondros, is just kind of an addiction that's never been curbed, I guess. And they've got a lot of similarities to chondros, just in their structure and like you said, the variability. I mean, all throughout the range that they share, there's kind of similar variability. So they kind of scratch the same itch that chondros do.
Yeah, I mean, I think you and Ryan could definitely both speak to this based on the structure of your collections. How do you kind of characterize keeping scrubs and chondros in the same collection? Like, do they feel like are they just so different to work with, although their care is similar, to where it like just kind of creates a really different experience for you as a keeper? Or what do you think about as far as that goes?
For me, I mean, I keep them exactly the same way, essentially. I mean, giving purchase to scrubs is a little more challenging if you actually want to be able to service the cage, but as far as like temp regimen and all that stuff, it's all exactly the same. I mean, scrubs are obviously a little more active and personable. Chondros are a little more nuanced and I think require a little bit of a closer eye.
Sure.
But as far as keeping them, I don't notice that much of a difference other than the obvious size difference.
Sure. I've always felt like they're a good complement for each other within a collection, especially for someone who's like really focused on green trees. Kind of throw a few scrubs in the mix to kind of break up the monotony of the perch and snake in every single enclosure to something that, the care is essentially the same. You just need a bigger cage and will actually kind of move around and do stuff like that. So, but then Rob, kind of same thing, we've definitely been over this a few times, but let's do it again. Why scrub pythons for you?
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing pictures of them in books when I was a kid, and then when I got the internet, going on kingsnake.com and seeing some pictures of nice barnecks, I was just like, oh crap, like that's the coolest snake ever, like, as far as non-venomous snakes go. And I was just obsessed with them from the moment that I saw and learned a little bit about them. And then just trying to learn a little bit more about them. And I know that back in the day, VPI had some, and trying to learn through different internet forums and all that jazz was key. And then when I started going to reptile expos, I remember seeing big Class Lepus for like $300. Like, I wish that I had a camera back then, because no one had like phone cameras or whatever. But I remember going to a Manchester, New Hampshire reptile expo, and they had one of those, like, I don't know, 50 quart tubs, and it had like a 7 or 8 foot long Malukan in there. And the thing was neon yellow, and at the back where it's typically gray, it was like a lightish blue color, and it wasn't going into shed. It was just like sky blue. And they had it for like $350 or $375, and they couldn't sell it because everyone was like, nope, scrub pythons are evil. They're going to bite you and piss on you. You don't want a 10 foot long snake that wants to murder you. And so it literally sat there the whole show, and no one bought it. And if I could go back now, I would kick myself. But I was a kid back then. I had no business owning a scrub python, but just, it's funny how the times change with that sort of stuff. So that, and then, getting to work with some here and there in people's private collections, and at Nerd way back before I worked there, along, when I was 17, 18, whatever. And talking to people like Andy Dietz, who used to work there, and learning from him and some of the other people that had way more experience than me. It was kind of how I got into the scrubs.
Very cool. Very cool. So then I guess the next question to kind of start, lay the foundation for the convo, I'll, shoot it to you, Ryan. What are you working with right now, scrub wise, and what have you produced?
I produced Nada a long time ago, and then currently, or lately, I've produced Southerns and Northerns.
Okay.
But I haven't. I'm trying to think. I work with most of the scrubs you can get, other than Nada, I think. So.
Okay. Cool. All right, Brian. What about you?
So I've got Southerns, Arus from you, pair of Nauta, and a group of Halmaharas.
Okay. Cool. And then for everyone listening, what have you produced so far?
2 clutches of Southerns.
Okay. And that was this year and last year?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Rob, what about you?
Most of my collection is made up of Barnecks. I do have some Halmaharas, and I have a pair of Southerns, like your typical Merauke's, and I have several Highlander, like Oxabil type scrubs. So most of my stuff is Barnecks, but I do have a little bit of variety when it comes to that sort of thing. And I've produced 4 clutches of Barnecks.
Okay. And of those 4 clutches, how many have you held on to for yourself?
All of them except for 1.
Okay. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's the way to do it.
With all those. That's a lot.
So I do actually have to sell some, but I just like them, so I don't know. I could see having, I don't have 100 scrub pythons, so it's easier for me to justify keeping a couple clutches of them than if I need to move them down the road. It's once they get a little bit of size on them, they're even easier to sell. So it's like, in my opinion, if they're like decent temperament. So I've not been really in a rush. I should sell some, but I just don't want to.
I mean, that's the best way to set a foundation for a project, produce your own stock and raise it up. So that's the way to go. That's awesome.
Can't argue that.
So, Steven, what about you? What's all in your collection?
Well,
you're not going to just ask questions. You got to talk too.
All right. I'll that's fine. I guess that's what I get for inviting another podcast host onto my podcast. So
that's right.
That's what it is. So I guess kind of the same answer as Ryan for the first one is like essentially everything that I can. We know of a few different localities of scrubs that exist in the wild that don't exist in captivity that obviously I don't have because no one has them. But yeah, less than 100 now. I've some people finally paid some off and got some shipped out. So I'm under 100 scrubs. So working on the addiction.
98.
It's actually a little lower than that, which is crazy.
Damn.
I think it's like 96 as of today or yesterday. But and then I produce mostly Barnecks. So like every year I produce scrubs, I've at least had 1 clutch of Barnecks. And then normal Southerns. I'm going to say it for Ryan, the rainforest phase Southerns.
There we go.
And then another one for Ryan, Northerns. Yep. Clap again, Ryan. Okay. And then Halmaharas, Arus. I think that's the list. So
it's a good list.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the list. I'm definitely happy with it. I've gotten my heart broken by Class Alepus. I can't add that to the list of what I produce. I can add it to the list of what's laid. So 38 later, nothing to show for it. So yeah, that's my answer. The first topic I want to get into are your setups for your adults. So, kind of like general cage parameters you're going with, both, dimensions, whatnot, and then temperatures. I guess we'll start temperature wise with like non-breeding season. So off season, regular temperatures? Ryan?
For me, I mean, I keep them all over the map.
Yeah.
I've got some in big tubs. I've got some in cages of all different sizes. Most of the females I've bred in 4 foot by 2 foot by like 18-inch tall cages. The males, I have some males that are in like 32-inch cages by 2 feet by 16 inches. Some of them are in 2 foot exoterras that, you know,
Okay.
subadults and stuff. And then a lot of them are still in big tubs.
Cool. And then, you know, your general temp parameters throughout the year, non-breeding season.
I mean, I shoot for like a daytime ambient of 80, 82. In the summertime, it'll get as hot as, you know, 86 to 88 during the afternoon, and then back to 80 at night.
Okay. And then I know the answer, but just for everyone who's listening, supplemental heating during the off season.
What do you mean, like non-breeding season?
Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, I'm setting you up for the answer of nothing, but you.
Oh yeah, nothing. Unless it's gravid, it doesn't get anything.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I know that.
I do. I actually I have some of the stuff I've noticed, like the biocs tend to like it a little warmer, I think.
Okay.
And so I've given them more heat than the other things.
Okay.
And they seem to respond to that.
So just when it's present, just kind of hugging that heat source a little more than other scrubs, essentially.
Yeah, they just eat better when they got heat. It seems like.
Maybe that's what I should have done for mine that were on hunger strikes.
Yeah, I've got all of them are doing real good now, but the males were pretty finicky, but now with the heat they seem like they're much happier.
Okay. Brian or Rob, have you guys dealt with Bioc scrubs before?
Nope.
No. Okay. Yeah, they've been the ones that have given me the most heartbreak over the years. They're just, I don't know what it is about them. They just seem very difficult to establish at times, or just like they'll do good and then they'll crash. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of almost like the opposite of a Bioc chondro.
Yeah. Halmas are the worst for me. That's my my record with those isn't great. So
yeah, that's probably my number 2. Like, I don't even want to think about how many Biocs I've lost, but it's always like they'll come in, they'll eat. I'm like, oh, sweet, all right, great, and then they'll do fine, and all of a sudden they just take a crazy like nosedive. Like I had one do that, I think almost a year into having it, and I had it in quarantine the whole time. And then one day I'm just had this just atrocious like regurgitated rat that wasn't even that big, and just looked like it was dead. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Like, you know, I don't know about you guys, but like I rarely, I can probably count on one hand how many times I've had a scrub python regurgitate anything for any reason.
Yeah, not often that you can give them some really big shit and they still will not throw it up. Most of the time.
Yeah. Brian, anything in that department?
No, I haven't had. I can't say. Oh, no. Right.
I got to really enunciate tonight.
Sorry. Oh,
I did say Ryan.
Oh, well, I haven't had any pukers that I can remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I imagine if one pukes something up, could be bad.
That has been my experience. I think I've had 3 animals do it, and 2 of them are still. One was actually one I produced. It was the strangest thing. It did it like 2 weeks in a row, or 2 feet. I think I gave it a week off, and then like just moved on like nothing ever happened.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, all right, I guess I'll take it. But I was super tripped out because I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like I had my experience with a couple wild caughts do it, and then this like perfect captive bred baby does it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then all of a sudden it just is like, no, I'm fine. Everything's normal.
Just a bad day.
I guess. Shit. Like it probably wasn't a bad feeder because I produced the feeder, but who the fuck knows what I did? So I guess Brian, Now, with the enclosure conversation, what do you have your adults in, and what are your temperature parameters?
Yeah. So I no longer have the adults that produce the southern clutches. I moved them out to kind of clear space for some of the other stuff that I wanted to work with. So my adult Halmaheras are in 4x2x2s, and then the Nauta are in Visions, and then everything else is kind of just grow up right now in tubs.
Okay.
Cool. And then as far as temperatures go, they all have kind of hot spots of like 85, 86.
Okay.
And then the ambient in here ranges from like 72 to 76, depending on day, night, time of year.
Okay.
And I can usually control pretty well the ambient in the cage, keep it a little higher than that 72. You know, it's my room kind of works weird because of where it's placed in my house, but during summer it's actually cooler in the snake room, and vice versa in the winter, because the heat in our house kind of feeds it in the winter, and then the AC does the opposite in the summer. So
interesting.
It's been an interesting room to kind of learn, but now I'm like 5 years into it, I kind of have figured out the nuances, and things like cycle a little bit differently usually, especially the chondros. I have a clutch of chondros that's about to hatch now. So I breed a lot different time of year than most people because of that.
It's almost like you're in Australia.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I could have.
I'll say the two southern clutches, they both laid in early summer, so like they bred in the spring as I took them out of the fast and warmed up, and so they seem to be on more normal track than my chondros.
Okay.
Have been in this room.
Interesting. Very cool. All right, Rob, how about you? Your adult enclosures and temp parameters.
Yeah, I do most of my adults in 422s. I guess stacked black box cages. That the clutches I produced this year were out of those enclosures, 422s, and the ones I did before were from some other 422s that I've got. That's what I do for my adults, and then a lot of my grow out stuff. I've got literally Exos 18-24 set up behind me, and then some 3-foot enclosures over here, like 3x2x18 roughly, ish size. So for the bigger stuff, that's typically, and the spot where I'm living right now is a little bit limited for space, so I would like to move some of my bigger ones into 6-foot enclosures, but I just don't have the space for it here. So once I move into a little bit of a bigger space, I'll probably move the bigger ones into 6-foot enclosures.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. And then what about the temperatures you're running for them?
So my room that I have my adults in, this is like grow up, but my living room where I've got the adults and everything, it fluctuates a bit. I got the thermostats set with the heat panels to, I think, 84, 86 for the hotspot. And my house naturally cools quite a bit during the wintertime, but I've got big bay windows on the side, so there's like lots of natural light that comes into the room that all my adults are in, and the room does cool quite a bit during the wintertime, to the point where like the hotspot will still be at 86, but the rest of the enclosure will be down into like the 70s. And they're not always even sitting on the heat. A lot of times they're just chilling in the enclosure. So it varies quite a bit throughout the year. During the summertime, it does get toasty, and I've had to turn the heat panels off a couple times because it just gets so hot in this specific area that I'm in. But it's like high 80s, low 90s, and ideally I try and keep them away from that.
Yeah. I feel like, just for whatever reason, I get tripped out once I see like temperatures getting over like 86. Like I start like kind of like tweaking out a little bit, and for no good reason. The snakes don't act like, anything's different.
Yeah,
but
they don't care.
I don't know why. I don't know why I get like that. So, all right, I guess the first topic when it comes to breeding itself I want to get into is that of food cycling. Seems to be a very important aspect of, I kind of, not only breeding scrub pythons, but I feel like almost their health as adult snakes is often impacted by food cycling. So Ryan, kind of what's your philosophy with food cycling on scrub pythons? And I mean, how important do you think it is in the grand scheme of things?
I mean, for me, I think it really helps. I think if you look at history, I guess there was people that bred a lot of scrub or quite a few scrub pythons that didn't food cycle per se. So,
Mm.
it's hard for me to say it's the super most important thing. But I think for me, one of the aspects that I like about it is I'm not trying to get my scrub pythons really big, and so it helps manage when I do want to feed them to breed them. I haven't, I feed them less to nothing basically for months during the summer, and then unless a female's laid, then I feed her during the summer. But if they
Mm.
don't, then and then I'll feed the males more probably steadily than the females,
Okay.
just because if I'm feeding the female heavy, I might not feed him much just because of food availability from breeding rodents.
Mm.
And so I'll feed the males more probably in the after the breeding season and right before the breeding season, and then less during the breeding season. I mean, I'll still feed them during the season, but not, you
Okay.
know. So the food cycle, is probably more to do with the female than the male.
Do you give your males any real extended fasts throughout the year, or kind of just you feed them intermittently as you go?
I mean, it's hard to do a blanket statement
Yeah.
if it's an adult male that is, like a real decent sized adult proven breeder that isn't on the docket, then I probably won't feed much. They can go a long time. If it's a
Yeah.
snake that I'm trying to get to breeding size, then I'll feed it more. If it's, depending on which type it is, um, some of them cycle themselves, it seems like. So if they want to eat, they get fed. Because when they don't want to eat, they're not going to eat. So they'll tell you when to feed them. So you kind of have to just, it's hard to make a blanket statement for all of them.
Sure.
But I guess theoretically, if I was doing it with the intent with just one pair, I would probably not feed during the summer, feed heavily during the cycle, and
Okay.
then probably or increase during the cycle and then heavily after the cycle,
Okay.
pre ovulation.
Okay. So then I guess a good follow up to this would be, I mean, what are you considering adult size for your scrubs? Like at what point if you're raising one up, you're like, all right, this male or female is now ready.
They just have a look. It's like probably anywhere. I would guess it's easy to say like 6 foot, but they're probably more like 8 feet. They look like a 5 foot
Mhm.
carpet python, but they're probably more
Yeah.
like 8 feet long, 7, 8
Yeah.
feet long.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm shocked sometimes by snakes that I know are 7 feet long because I've seen them stretched across 7 feet of enclosure on the ground. And I'm like, you're fitting under that tiny little hide, and like you're a 7 foot snake. Like that doesn't seem right to me. I'm second
Yeah.
guessing myself. Like, I'm overestimating this? I'm like, well, no, I know how big those cages are. Like, it wasn't lying to me there.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you measure them. Well, I take all their statistics after they lay eggs, so I
Hmm.
get an accurate how big they actually are, and it's usually bigger than I thought they were.
Hmm.
But pretty
Okay.
much, if I feel like it can lay the egg, then I feel like it's big enough to breed.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of been going off of that as well. So I guess with your southern and northern clutches, what were those measurements of those females post lay?
I think they were between like 8 and 9 feet typically.
Okay, so pretty.
I mean, I'd have to look. I'd have to look it
Yeah,
up
yeah,
exactly, but
sure. Okay, so kind of on, not a big snake by any means.
yeah, they're not even as big around as a Pepsi can or anything. They're more narrow than that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's an interesting conversation of like what really is adult size for them, and just like how easy it is to underestimate it. But all right, so yeah, all right, so Brian, now on the topic of food cycling, You know, you stated that your room is a little bit different. So what's your approach as far as, you know, how you do your food cycle, and then what time of year you're doing it?
Yeah, so I have done it over the winter. So like I think for both clutches, I shut them off kind of around Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I did 90 days, and so that would put me, I think, right around like the end of February. Yeah, end of February. I'm kind of starting to ramp them back up and
Okay.
starting to kind of ramp up temperatures again too. So like I said, I do them kind of exactly like the chondros. I'll kind of give them a winter nighttime low of like 72, something like that, and just kind of let them ride over the winter with just water, no food, and cooler temps, and then kind of almost treating them like a colubrid, just like not like a serious, you know, brumation type thing, and that seemed to work. Like I said, I've just kind of been feeling things out in the room, and it worked. So I repeated it, and it worked again. So whatever I was doing seemed to jive with both females.
Cool.
But yeah, for me, I found it to be seems to be the key to my success so far. We'll see if it works on the Halmaheras, but
Yeah.
I plan to kind of repeat the same recipe with them this year.
Okay. So then when you bring them up on that food cycle, what, or, you know, when you introduce the food again, how big are the prey items and how frequently are you feeding them?
I think I did like small to medium rats, and they were probably like 8 to 9 foot snakes. So they're not really anything significant, but
Yeah.
after 90 days without food, anything it seemed like would trigger them to go into shed cycle. So I'd give them one meal, the male and the female, and then they immediately went into shed. And then as soon as they shed, I'd hit them with another meal and then pair them up, and they pretty much went after it right away.
Okay. Wow. So just really just 2 meals and you were off to the races.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So then from that point, once you're getting the copulation, how frequently are you continuing to feed throughout that process?
It was probably like an average of every 10 to 12 days. Like I'd pair them, they'd be hot and heavy for, you know, I don't know, 4 to 6 days maybe. Like as I would see interest kind of start to plateau or wane, and then I would separate them and feed and give them a day or two, and then put them back together. So
Okay.
it was not a long drawn out like time frame of copulations. It was like very rapid fire over probably like 3 or 4 weeks, and then she started to show the signs and go off food and all that.
Oh, wow. I think that's much quicker than I've ever experienced. I wish I had that, man. I think I've had a pair lock up over the course of 6 months before the female ovulated.
Yeah, well, and I've seen that with, you know, chondros and everything else too. It's just, I guess with these particular females, they seem to be in a good rhythm. Okay.
And were these girls you raised up, or did you acquire them with some size to them?
So the Tanamera female, I got her as an adult along with the male. They were 2017s, and I think I got them in 2023 maybe. So they were like 5 or 6 years old.
Okay.
And they were raised by another individual, as far as I understand, their whole life. So they were essentially captive snakes. I mean, they came in as neonates, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
The kind of generic southern Maruki female, she came in as probably like a 3 or 4 foot, like subadult.
Okay.
And I got her straight from Dan, and she was here for probably 3 years before I bred her. So.
Okay. Cool. And once she was at that, like that 8 foot mark or so, is that when you decided to start cycling her, or do you put all your snakes through that winter cool down fast, no matter how old they are?
I put all the adults, chondros, emerald, scrubs, everything I keep through like a winter cycle, temp wise. With the scrubs, so like the Halmaheras, I haven't fasted previous seasons. Mostly kind of like we talked about before, like they're sensitive, and I had them in a good rhythm, and they were doing well and acclimating well. So I just kind of kept them going. It was more about just getting them acclimated and established. So this is the first. I paired them last year, but I honestly didn't give it a great attempt. I didn't really do anything on purpose as far as cycling and food cycling, things like that. So after the experience with the Southerns, I'm definitely going to try to kind of mirror what I did with them, and hopefully that works with the Halmaheras. But two of the Halmahera females that I've had for 3.5 years now. And they came in as adults, so they've been doing really well, and hopefully they're ready to go.
Hell yeah, that would be absolutely amazing if you get something to go out of them this coming season. So Rob, I'll throw the same question over to you about your food cycling. How are you approaching it? How important do you think it is?
I think it's pretty important. That's kind of how I gauge which females are ready to go, because I have a typical feeding routine that I kind of go through with them, and it's kind of more loose than a lot of people's. Like every 2 weeks I'm feeding them. I'm typically feeding adults like once every 2 to 4 weeks, especially through the summertime. I feed them a decent amount, and then I do slow things down a little bit through the winter time. But in the spring, especially, the females who are wanting to cycle, they everything in the room that moves is food, and they are very keened into when it's feeding time. If I'm not even feeding the scrubs, they'll be at the front. Like, males will be curious and everything, and they'll come to the front of the enclosure. And but to me, when I see the females, a lot of times they're a little bit more like desperate for it, where they're like really coming at the door if they're not getting fed, or when they are getting fed, they're really hitting it really hard, as opposed to throughout the rest of the year where, even if I'm thawing things out, they half the time they're not paying attention. So that when I go in there with the rat, they may or may not be waiting for it. Where during the springtime, especially when I'm starting to ramp things back up, the females are like waiting. They're keened into that source or the smell of rodents. And so if there's any rodents at all, if I'm thawing out and feeding younger stuff, the females that are wanting to cycle are at the edge of the door, ready to go, like waiting for food, even if I'm not feeding them in that particular go around. And so I will feed the females heavy when I see them starting to do that. And I fed them as frequently as every 10 days with like smaller meals, but typically I'll give them something big and feed them once every 2 weeks with like a extra large rat or a large rat.
Okay. And then that small meal, is that like a small or medium rat?
Something like that, yeah. Whatever I've got, smalls or mediums or whatever I'm thawing out.
So then from that point where you're getting that increased feeding response until you begin pairing, what's that timeline looking like?
A couple weeks. It really depends. My females, typically April and May is when they become receptive to males. I've introduced males like every single month just to test it out to see if they would show any interest. And it's kind of really hit or miss the rest of the year. But in April and May, when I put the males in, they're really keened in. Whatever the pheromones are going on or whatever, the male is immediately onto her and stays onto her for prolonged periods of time. And so for mine, in what I'm doing with my stuff, I usually don't. Whenever they start showing interest in food, typically it's like earlier, like either January, February, or March. I don't even if they're showing interest in getting fed more regularly, I don't introduce them until April, like mid to late April or early May, because I just don't get results. If I do, it's like almost a waste of time for me to introduce the male then, based on the way that I've seen the females go the last few years.
Okay. Interesting. Actually, that perfectly segues into the next topic of timing of pairing. So Rob has answered that question. So Ryan, I'll throw it up to you. What time of year are you starting your introductions, and kind of what's that period in which you're getting the copulations?
Similar to what Rob said, I'll start pairing mid-October to early November, but typically the scrubs don't do a lot of. That's not when they seem to be that interested in doing anything. It's usually, I would say, here for me, it's late December to mid-January, and then they usually just have a pretty short interest period in each other, and then she's either going to go or she's not at that time.
Okay. So if you put a pair together in October and you get copulations and whatnot, but you're not necessarily seeing development in the female, do you just kind of keep throwing them together, or do you wait until you start to see swelling or anything like that?
If they're breeding, I'll keep throwing them together.
Okay. Okay. And then if you don't see any breeding from those first initial pairings, then what's the kind of plan from there?
Usually just wait a couple weeks, try again, kind of a thing.
Okay. Cool.
And if the same, when I did the Tanameras, I think if I recall, they didn't really even hang out at all, and then it was like a switch. One day they started hanging out and breeding, and then they were inseparable for probably 2 to 4 weeks, and then after that it was over. It was a pretty short window, if I recall.
Huh.
But I'd been pairing them for months, and they just, at one point she was ready to go, and then they were friends, and then after that they were done.
Yeah. So. Okay. Very cool. So then, Brian, same question about timing of your pairing and then kind of that copulation window. You said it was pretty quick for you, the copulation window.
Yeah, probably like 3-4 weeks, something like that, where it was consistent. And yeah, I started pairing essentially the end of February, maybe it was early March, kind of similar to what Rob was saying, like March, April, probably.
Okay.
Where most of the activity took place.
Okay. Cool. Very cool. All right.
And what about you, Steven?
Man, all over the place. Kind of why I asked the question, because I don't even know. I mean, I've gotten locks as early as mid-late October. Actually, I think the earliest lock I got was the day I got to this house, which was just shy of 2 years and 2 days ago. And I just put 2 snakes out of the bag, drove them across country, and like, go in there and do something. I paired up a bunch of stuff. I think I got 3 locks that day when I moved. I was like, all right, that's kind of interesting. And then I think I've gotten locks that did not lead to successful clutches ultimately as late as like July. So throughout that entire window of the best clutches that I've had, I feel like most of the copulation occurred kind of like Ryan was saying, December, January, some into February. But some of the clutches that I've had later in the year have had lower fertility for whatever reason. Or if a female starts firing a little bit later, then I've had a good amount of them reabsorb. So
you find that varies on species?
Man, honestly, up until now, I don't see any difference in any of them with breeding, like none whatsoever. This might sound insane to say, but like the Tracier may have been one of the easier ones. So for whatever that's worth. And it may have just been because they were like good. They had good size on them. They were, small, but had good body weight. And I just had them for a while. Could have been just as easy as that. But yeah, other than that, I have like individuals that'll do different, like my Northern Wamina female that laid my clutch. So in 2024, the year prior, she slugged out, and that was like, they were both like the earliest clutches I've had. I think the the slug out was like the end of January, and the good clutch was like February 3rd or something like that. So, and she had just started cycling really early compared to the rest of the females. So I think I would say less on a species by species or locality difference and more just like on an individual basis. Like some individuals just have different cycles and they just want to go at this time compared to another time. So with the same parameters. So yeah, that's a big question I'm trying to answer for myself right now is when the hell do they actually want to breed for me?
Yeah.
Kind of when should they? So then I guess the next question I want to get into is any changes in temperature or basking throughout the breeding process. So I'll start with you, Ryan. When do you introduce that hotspot considering you're running ambient essentially 24/7?
Typically, they have to ovulate before I'll give it to them.
Okay. And I know you use the light bulbs, but typically what is that hotspot that what's the highest temperature they can access under that basking light?
Oh man, I don't even know if I can answer that. I just put depending, I usually use a 50-watt ceramic heat emitter, and I just turn it on for 12 hours and turn it off for 12 hours. So I don't.
That's the Python King right there, ladies.
I did tell you when we were in Texas that the Northern this year was the first time she never like actively basked like the other ones, but it was because I realized what I had done. I had used a 60-watt bulb, and she just sat on the hotter side of her nest box. And I used to think, well, like, why doesn't she ever come out and bask? And then I felt the side of her tub, and I'm like, oh, that's why, because she doesn't have to come out. She can bask and stay in her nest box. So I just let it ride, and she did fine. So but I didn't realize after she laid, I took it out and looked. I was like, oh, it's a 60-watt instead of a 40 or a 50-watt. So.
All right. Man, very, very molecular and scientific of you, Ryan.
I mean, if they bask, then if it's too hot, they won't use it. If it's too cold, they'll hug it. So you just kind of play it by behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Brian, how about the same question? What do you do with your temperatures and hotspots kind of throughout the process of them breeding and then females being gravid?
So I don't really change the hotspot. That pretty much stays the same year round. Like I said, nighttime lows, I'll kind of lower it from probably like 76, 77 during the summer to down to 72 during the winter cool down. The one thing I did change from the first clutch I had, where I had a lot of kinking and things like that in the offspring, like kind of lowered the basking area for the second female. I mean, who knows if that's the reason for that. For those results on the first one, but that just because I saw so much kinking, it kind of made me think, they probably got too hot at some point, whether it was during gestation or I'm pretty confident that it wasn't my incubator. But that was really the only thing I changed from clutch 1 to clutch 2.
Okay, so the physical location of the basking site, not necessarily the.
Well, I had those black and yellow heavy totes.
Yeah.
I had kind of a larger, taller one for the first female, and for the second female, I just kind of got a smaller one that was probably like, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches shallower.
Mm-hmm.
And that I would kind of have positioned under the panel, so as like a nest box.
Yeah. Okay. And then do you have an idea of what the temp was on top of that box if she was to go out on top and bask?
The second female, it was probably like she would regularly temp gun at like 88, 90 when she was up there.
Okay.
And she was much more kind of back and forth than the first female. The first female was just kind of like parked under there, and I honestly wasn't paying as much attention to that girl as to what sort of temperature she was getting to at that time. So I'm assuming probably warmer than that.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. All right, Rob, how about you?
I got a question for Brian. You said that your first clutch, the one where she was hotter, had some kinking and stuff in the offspring.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wonder. I bet you.
It was a clutch
you
of
say?
like 10. And there was one out of the 10 that was perfect, no kinking at all. There were two that had just very subtle ones that, as they kind of started to grow, they were kind of growing out of it, at least as far as you could visually see. And then all the rest were like not viable. Like they were alive, but they couldn't get out of the eggs, a few of them, because they were so kinked up. Yeah.
Steven, I was just asking because that's second clutch that I got this year. I had a couple that I think two that were born with one eye, and that female, I put a hide on top of her nest box so she was able to get closer to the heat, and she just baked herself underneath that. And I wonder if that's the exact reason that happened, because it's a repeat pairing. The last pairing, all the babies are perfect, and then this one I had some issues with. And if she went too hot in that early cycle, after she ovulated, while she's making the eggs warmer than she was last time, then I wonder if that is the issue that caused that. But
yeah.
Basically for I've lost the question now, but the I'm trying to think. I typically will let my thermostats go a little bit cooler during the wintertime for all my adults, and then ramp it back up for the summertime. And typically I'll turn that heating area, like the thermostat probe, down to 83 or something during the wintertime. And then I try and keep it closer to that, like 86 to 88 during the summertime. But like I said, the room naturally cools anyway, so it does get a little bit of variability in there, and there will be cooler mornings and evenings and all that jazz. But
And then specifically for gravid females, are you changing up anything?
nope. I just the only thing I changed this year was giving that female the hide on top of the nest box. But.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. A couple chat questions. I think this is going to be a nice topic from Paul. So do you guys think the snakes care what month it is as for breeding, or do you think it's just a matter of when you are upping the food? And then he's asking about the light cycles as well, which I haven't mentioned yet. So I guess kind of two-part. I guess, Ryan, what do you think about this?
No, I don't think they care. They only, it's going to be based on the manipulations that we do. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you were in the southern hemisphere, it would be probably the complete opposite. And then, I don't think it makes much difference.
Yeah.
And I do. My lights in my room are on 12 hours and off 12 hours, regardless of the season.
Okay.
But it is brighter in the summertime, and we have really long up north. We have really long summer days, so it gets dark here now at like 6, but in the summertime it won't get dark till 9:30, 10, and I have 2 windows on each side of the room, so it's longer days.
Yeah.
Not because I'm trying to give them longer days, but just Mother Nature does.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Brian, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, pretty much the same as what Ryan said. The only difference would be all the light in my room is artificial. There's no windows down here. So yeah, I run 12 on, 12 off pretty much all year as far as the overhead lighting.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then Rob, any extra thoughts to add here about these two questions?
I was changing my light cycles every 6 months or so, like spring and fall. I would change them so that I was giving them artificial light basically around the same amount of time as our natural daylight here. And then this last season, I did not change it, or I didn't change it as drastically. I changed it by like an hour or two. Before I was doing like 4 hours. So where I'm at, it gets dark at like 4 p.m. during the winter time.
Yeah.
And so I was changing it so lights would go off at like 4:30 or 5 or whatever. And then this past season, I did not change that really. I changed it from 12 hours to like 9 hours or something. And, nothing really seemed to change with that. And then as far as months, I don't know. My pairs typically only pair in April and May. But who's to say whether or not that's my feeding schedule or whatever. I go by the snakes themselves. I just, when they're wanting to eat, I feed them. And then when they're looking like they're receptive for breeding, I pair them. And whether or not that falls on my calendar doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So then
what about, I should say I don't have any cage lighting either. It's just all the room lighting.
I have some of both. I have some cages with and without LEDs in the enclosures themselves.
And I don't even change my timers anymore for daylight savings either. Just
I'll stop doing that too.
the timer it's off at 7 in the summer and on at 8 in the winter. So it's just
Nice.
I used to change all the clocks on the thermostats and all the clocks in the room. Now I don't even do that.
Yeah.
I would say, like, kind of related to Paul's question, I heard Lucas was on Expert in the Idiot, that podcast, and he mentioned a bunch of times that he's kind of going off vibes. I would say that's a lot of what I do, is just kind of reading snakes, and I don't really care what time of year it is.
Yeah,
they'll tell you.
Very cool. Very cool. So then question about barometric pressure. What do you guys think about that? Does it affect the animals? Do you pair based on pressure changes? What are your thoughts?
Or if we're starting with me, I guess I don't pay any attention to it. If I don't think it hurts if it coincides with whatever they're cycling, but I don't think it changes anything. Now that being said, up north I get a lot of barometric pressure storm stuff all through the winter, so maybe it's helping me and I don't even realize it. But I don't rush home and like, oh, there's a thunderstorm, I got a pair. In the summertime, it's like, well, there's no point. Nobody's going to do anything.
Yeah.
So they might breed or something, but it's not going to lead to anything.
Sure.
But a thunderstorm, if a female's, been breeding and is cycling, then, and a male's being lazy or something, then yeah, it could stimulate something to help out. But I don't think it's, at least it's not anything that I've monitored and thought it made a huge difference. But
okay.
For
cool.
me.
Cool. Brian, Rob, any thoughts?
Well, for me, I mean, it's something that I've always kind of taken into account. And like, if I'm trying to kind of see, maybe I'll do kind of like a test pairing just to see if the female's receptive, if she runs away, what kind of the activity is. I'll usually do it during, or, as a storm's approaching. I guess not scrubs, but with chondros, like I mentioned, I've had a lot of success the last several years in this room in kind of late summer with a lot of my breeding activity, which coincidentally is when we get kind of monsoon rains here in Colorado and some pretty serious thunderstorms. So it's, I don't know if that's the cause of all the activity or if it's temperature or combination of everything that's going on here, but it does seem like kind of, end of July, early August, kind of when we typically get a lot of rain here is when I see activity in the snake room.
Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Rob, what are your thoughts?
I will pair stuff when there's barometric pressure changes, usually big thunderstorms that come through. If it is in the window of time where I believe that things are going to be receptive.
Yeah.
I will generally pair in that time anyway, but if I've got them separate and I know that there's a big storm coming through, I'll purposely put them together in that, because I've noticed that lazy males will sometimes get their ass in gear if there is a storm rolling through and will start to do something. But there's also other ways that you can manipulate that with sheds from other mature males and introducing other males and things like that. If you have got the access to those sort of things, you can also manipulate things that way. But with the barometric pressure changes, I have noticed that kind of with the scrubs, I breed a lot of like short tail pythons and bloods, and the bloods and short tails respond really heavily to it, where if there is a big shift and I throw stuff together, almost everything will pair. With a lot of the other things, it's not as solid. It's more likely, but it's not like guaranteed.
Sure. Okay.
What about you?
I feel like with the scrubs, I just have so many different females that I'm throwing together. That's kind of like, it's either on the schedule of when I'm feeding and separating and pairing, or it's not. But this year, since I've thinned out some other areas of my collection to like be able to focus more time on the scrubs, I might pay a little bit more attention to that. I think I will when it comes to the first pairings of the year, like try to get it on either a day when it's raining or like a significant night drop. Let's say it's the night temp's cooling down 10 degrees or something like that compared to where it's been. Just something different. They definitely seem to, I mean, Rob, we've talked about this before, both experiencing scrubs breeding after moving. They seem to respond well to just kind of sudden random change, I feel like.
Yeah.
So,
Well, ironically, that used to be a key to get certain pythons to breed. People used to put them in snake bags and put them in their trunk and drive them around for a couple hours on a bumpy dirt road, and then bring them home and pair them up, and that would work.
Yeah. I have thought of doing that. Like, just, man, I don't know, or just move every year forever.
No. Oh.
So I guess there's two options. That might be the harder one. But I have a couple follow-ups I want to hit on this. But before that, time to hit the commercial break real quick. So sit tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Sorry for the interruption, folks, but a quick word from our sponsors. Green tree pythons, emerald tree boas, and plenty other arboreal snakes have been quite the popularity here at the Trap Talk Reptile Network, which brings me to today's sponsor, the Reptile Perch. Head over to the reptileperch.com and Reptile Perch on Instagram. See what type of design PVC perch is best for your arboreal reptile. But first and foremost, I would also check out David Brom's Green Tree Python availability on the website. And you can also check out his Instagram just to stay current on any projects or any productions that he posts. Thank you so much, David Broms, for your ongoing support. Looking forward to seeing what you have to show in the 2025 season. When you think about building a good community and being a leader of that community, nobody comes to mind better than Mark Hager over at Texas Chondros. That's right. Make sure you head over to TX Chondros on Instagram and also head over to Mark's website. See what he has available Green Tree Python wise, and be ready for quite the 2025 Green Tree Python breeding season out of Mark Hager. He's a veteran in the Green Tree Python game, one of the best and nicest breeders in the Green Tree Python game. He's been putting on the whole state of Texas for as long as I've known him. So if you want to see all the amazing other chondro keepers out of the state of Texas, another good reason to go follow Mark Hager over at TX Chondros on Instagram. And again, head over to his website, texaschondros.com. You can find all the links in the description below. Thank you so much, Mark Hager, for supporting the trap. Treat. One of the biggest growths we have in the reptile industry today are the rare species of reptiles that aren't worked with. That's right. That's why I went ahead and partnered up again with Brian Fischer over at SUNDOWN Reptiles. Brian works with species such as kahua geckos, gargoyle geckos, all species of tree monitors, He works with Abronia and many other cool species geckos that you can check out all on his website. Head over to sundownreptiles.com, see what he has available. Brian's one of the best doing it in the reptile industry today. He's been on the show multiple times, so make sure you check out all of Brian Susan's episodes on Trap Talk Reptile Network. But more importantly, for the highest quality of captive bred reptiles, make sure you head over to sundownreptiles.com and make sure you give him a follow on Instagram. Thank you again, Brian Susan over at Sundown Reptiles. One of the things I love about being a part of the reptile industry is all the learning, okay? Learning can be fun, and I can prove that to you. Thank you so much to today's sponsor, it's Gary Scavino over at gs.reptiles. I highly recommend you head over to his YouTube channel, follow all this man's content when it comes to learning about rare species of snakes you could be keeping in the hobby, and also just finding out how easy a lot of these rare species of snakes are to keep in general. So thank you so much, Gary Scavino of GS Reptiles. Again, head over to his YouTube channel. Also head over to his Instagram to be on top of all of his current work and be ready for a big year over at GS Reptiles. Thank you so much, Gary, for your ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Cheers.
Alrighty, we are back. A couple of follow-ups on that last topic I want to get into. One on the topic of pairing. When you guys are pairing up scrubs, is there a particular time of day that you're pairing, or is it kind of like when it's happening, it's happening?
When it's happening, it's happening.
Rob,
Yeah.
Same.
Honestly, the first time that I introduce them, I usually do it in the daytime when I can watch them and just make sure that the female's not gonna, one of my females is really, really defensive, and will sometimes bite at the male.
Mm-hmm.
And so for her specifically, I try and pair it when I've got an hour or two where I can just sit and be in the room if something goes down.
Okay.
But most of the time, usually it's at nighttime is when I've got more free time to mess with the snakes and do all that sort of stuff. So usually it's at night.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I feel like this is another aspect I might be overthinking about, like pairing them up in the evening so that it's closer to the time when they're more than likely going to copulate. Because like since living with my collection and being able to go into the room at 3 a.m. if I want to, like most of the copulations I'm seeing are in the middle of the night. So I'm almost like in my head, like, all right, if I pair them up when I'm throwing them together closer to that time, do I have a better chance of getting something, as opposed to like them just kind of sitting there all day doing nothing. But that could just be me just overthinking myself into oblivion. So I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah. Just put in that 40 watt heat emitter and let it ride.
Yeah, I guess I almost never pair at night, but that's it's not for any reason other than I just
working with them at night is a pain in the ass.
Well, yeah, I feel like that would be the worst part is like, pairing them at night, like really having to deal with that like nighttime scrub feeding response. Closure, Yeah,
I guess like maybe if I was waiting for the only scenario I can imagine is if I was waiting for a female to shed and she shed like right when the lights went out and I went out there, if she was like freshly shed and the male wasn't in there, I'd probably throw him in there. But other than that, that would be the only reason.
That's a great segue into a chat question here from Lisa. So do you guys pair when females are in shed?
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
I will, but I see less action typically. If she's like deep and opaque, I usually see less action. It doesn't stop the male, but it's less than if she was shed out or not in opaque.
Yeah, I usually won't do it during the tail end. If it's, I'll try to give him a break so that when she sheds, he's been out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I've kind of done a little bit of the opposite. Like if she's opaque and blue, I leave her alone. But like if I think she's gonna shed in like a day or two, so I've put the male with her, hoping that maybe her shedding and whatever scents are associated with that might get him going when she actually sheds. But,
that makes sense.
Again, probably just overthinking, but
yeah, I feel like I've left males in with females that have gone into shed and then like remove the male to like give him a meal if need be, and then throw him right back in after he sheds, or like she'll shed, I'll feed her, and then I'll throw the male back in if that works out timing wise, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And now I have found myself blanking on the next thing I was going to say, so I'll just kind of ramble and say random shit until I think about it. Oh, okay. Yeah. This kind of plays in well. Rob, you kind of mentioned it a little bit before the commercial break about dealing with tricky males. I've experienced males that are just a pain in the ass. They don't want to breed. Primarily wild caught males. What are the tricks that you guys have used to try to kick those guys into gear? I guess Ryan, I'll start with you.
I'm kind of a firm believer that most males, if the female is receptive, they'll do it. So I don't stress about it too much. I guess if I had a female that I knew was like, darkening up and eating like crazy, and I knew for sure she was cycling and the male wasn't doing anything, then I would potentially try extreme measures like putting other male in there or doing the shed skin thing. But honestly, I can't recall a time where a scrub female was doing something and a male wasn't willing. Now I've had males that would only breed 1 to 3 times and then they're done. But they just won't do anything with her until she's ready to go. When she's ready to go, they do it a few times, and then they're done. But that's usually their timing is the perfect timing. It's frustrating because you want to see them breeding, but in my experience, it's typically they'll do it if the female wants to.
Yeah, fair enough. Brian, anything to add there?
No, with the Southerns, the male was a great breeder. The Halmaheras, though, have been, I haven't seen a single lock in all the attempts I've made to put them together. I've tried, like last year, like I said, I didn't really do anything specifically in terms of cycling or food cycling to try and trigger them. But I did pair them a few times, and I tried 2 different males with one female in particular she's probably like 9 feet. She's a big helm.
Damn.
That I could feel follicles. Like she seemed like she was developing, and neither male wanted anything to do with her. I mean, they would like cuddle like on the basking area, but no courting, no locks that I could see, nothing. So yeah, that with them, I'll be curious to see if the food cycling this year kind of helps get the males in gear.
Okay, cool. Rob, what about you?
My main male that I've been using for breeding is so lazy. Like he's for the barn eggs. I don't want to say he's awful, but he is not usually too keen to go for it. And so when I see the females doing all the things that they're supposed to do and he's not kicked into gear, what I've done is I'll take the male Highland and just like let him start smelling around the enclosure. And usually as soon as the other male picks up that there's another male there, he starts going about. And the barneck male is kind of a, how do I phrase this delicately? He is afraid of everything. And so he will like run around for a minute. So I'll pull the Highland male, and he's confident, he doesn't care. So he doesn't think anything's wrong. So I'll just pull the Highland male and then close up the barneck with the females. And usually the next day they're locked up. Even just a shed, if I get a fresh shed from one of my other males, throw it in there with him. And he does the same thing where he's like panics for an hour or two, and then after that, the next day he'll be locked up. So I've used all of those things to get him into gear when I know that the females are doing something, but he's not showing interest. Just that little bit of motivation typically gets him within 24 to 48 hours to be locked up.
That's interesting. I had a male that he wouldn't do shit, and kind of did the shed thing, and it worked. And then the next year he was like, all right, I got it now. So it's interesting that your male's like a proven breeder. He's done it, and he's still like, oh no, scary.
He will still lock up with them, but I usually like to see at least, 2 to 4 locks while I know that the females are in a receptive
Sure.
season, for me to feel confident about it. So if he goes after it right away, I won't do that. But the last couple times that I've paired him, he's been very lazy about it. And so I'm like, okay, fine. I got to do what I got to do. So
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. So the next thing I want to get into, we'll kind of bounce around, is incubation. So, container type, substrate, method, temperature, all of the above. Ryan, what is your go-to for scrub eggs?
I've done the last 4 clutches in the Cambro food storage box. It's, what is it, 28 by 18 by, I think I used the 9-inch tall one, 10-inch, or it's either the 9 or the 12-inch tall one.
Okay.
And vermiculite. And then my incubator set at, I think, 88, and I put them kind of not low, but about in the middle of the incubator.
Okay. So then, because I know your incubator has kind of a gradient, right? In that spot, it's kind of that straight 88.
Yeah, it's pretty much on the level of the probe. It might be a little higher, 88.5 or something.
Okay. And with that vermiculite, how are you? You weigh the water to substrate ratio, right?
Yeah, it's 1-to-1.
Just straight 1-to-1. Okay. And at that ratio, does it kind of like clump but not expel moisture? What's the consistency like?
Yeah, if you squeeze it, it basically makes a shape but doesn't drip.
Okay. Cool. So then with those parameters, what's the typical hatch time you're getting on those clutches?
Man, without my notes, I would say I think it's 78 to 85.
Okay.
I would say.
Okay. Cool.
But I'd have to look it up to know exactly.
Okay. Brian, what about you?
So on the first clutch, I used an extra large sim container, and that one was a little more feasible because I could get at least most of the clutch kind of apart, at least in a few egg clumps.
Yeah.
The second clutch was completely all fused together and didn't fit in one of those. It was like touching the roof. So there's another box I use for chondros that it's like a Target box, I think, or maybe it's a Sterilite box, but it's got kind of like a little blue gasket on top. So I used that one for the second clutch. Both I did on vermiculite, like Ryan talked about. The first clutch, I want to say, was like 86.5 or 87 most of the way until like the last probably 12 to 14 days. They started expelling heat, and so I was kind of ratcheting the heat in the incubator down as I could see that the temp in the box was going up. The second clutch I did at 86 flat the whole way, and the first one I think was probably around like 86 or 88 days or something like that. The second one was 80 days on the dot.
Okay. It's interesting that the clutch that took longer was the one that had deformities, where the clutch that hatched quicker was the one that had the healthy babies.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing with scrubs that I kind of assumed, but I think there may actually be an inverse reaction at a certain point. I feel like with everything, it's like, cook it low and slow, you'll get bigger, healthier babies. I almost am thinking that it might not be the opposite, but I think you can cook them too cold and then have negative results because of that. Do you guys follow what I'm saying?
potentially.
Yeah. I've had barn eggs hatch out at 96 days, and they were not super robust out of the egg, and I'm like, this just seems wrong. this should not be.
Yeah.
And people are hatching these 20 days sooner than me, and the babies are bigger. Like this seems to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rob, what's your go-to for incubation?
So the box that I'm using is basically this box right here. It's I don't know, one of these probably 15 quart, like a little bit smaller than a sweater box type thing, using vermiculite 1-to-1, but I don't measure it. I literally just eyeball it. After doing this for however long, I'm just like, feels like it's pretty good. So I'm sure it'll be fine. My first clutch of Barnex this year, the thermostat I was using was not working appropriately, and it took me a little while to get a new thermostat in. So those guys sat at like 80 degrees for a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks or something. And then I swapped them over onto a new thermostat and set it at 86 or 87, because the last couple clutches that I did, I incubated at 86. And I don't like incubating on the higher end, just personal preference on doing things. And so incubated them at 86. All those babies came out good and healthy and all that jazz. So that's how that ended up going. But yeah, vermiculite and the day range, I want to say the earliest pip I had was right, like Ryan was saying, right around 78 days. But I have had them go like almost 90 also. So somewhere between that 75 to 90 is typically the sweet spot.
Okay. I would say, earlier I said I feel like I haven't seen any differences between a lot of the different scrubs as far as breeding goes. Anecdotally, the southern eggs that I've had have hatched faster than the northern type eggs.
Mm-hmm.
At the same incubation parameters for whatever it's worth. Because those were the clutches that I got the soonest hatches on. I think it was like between 80 and 83. And then I think the shortest incubation I've had on Barnex was probably 86 or 87. And then the longest was 96. So yeah, I agree, Ryan. No, fuck that. I'm like,
what about the Tracy egg?
The first clutch was 85 on the dot. And then the second clutch, luckily it didn't cause any issues, but on the first clutch, I'm almost certain I had a baby that didn't have an egg tooth try to push out and drown, because the morning when the one that did slit the egg was out, I just saw a bunch of marks on the underside of the other egg, or on the other egg that weren't there the day before, and I cut the egg open and the baby wasn't alive. So for the second clutch, I'm like, I'm not having this happen twice. So on day 85, my paranoia got the best of me, and I cut them minorly, and I think they finally came out closer to 90. But I'm like, did I manipulate that by cutting the eggs like early? I guess not so early where they didn't live, but it would have been interesting to see if I let it ride out. But I feel like in general, I'm probably going to bump my temperatures up a little bit just to encourage a quicker hatch, just because the fewer days it's going to take, you minimize that chance of something going wrong. And they don't seem to be weaker, at least in my experience. Like I know somebody who said that he accidentally had his incubator, what I think it was like maybe like 94.
Shit.
And yeah, accident. But they hatched at like day 55. We're fine. I'm like, holy crap. I'm not gonna do that, but
yeah, I don't know if I do that.
But I mean, dude, I find me another python species where you can get a 45-day swing of hatching. That's just crazy. So,
well, I'm sure that some of this, the time frame to hatch also has to do with what happens during gestation too,
right?
And how well it developed during that time period.
Yeah. Leaving your eggs together, separating them, incubator box size, all that stuff probably plays a role.
Yeah. On that topic, Ryan, what are your thoughts on the separating a clutch versus keeping it together?
I use a big box, so I don't have to worry about it. So I leave them together.
Okay.
If I was trying to use a small container, then more than likely I'd have to pull them apart.
Okay. Brian, anything different?
With the scrubs, I've mostly left them together just because I don't know. It seems to me like they fuse quite a bit better than some of the other species I keep. So they, you know, they were tight, glued tight enough that I didn't feel comfortable taking them apart. So like Ryan said, I just
Yeah.
got a bigger box and left them as is.
Cool. Rob, anything?
I prefer to leave them, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not super important to me to have everything laid out, and they're gonna hatch when they're gonna hatch, and so I honestly don't stress about it. It saves me time and stress worrying whether or not I'm gonna rip the eggs.
Yeah. 100%. So then on the incubation subject, kind of related to this, have you guys experienced at all a clutch where you have both fertile eggs and infertile eggs? Like an egg that has gone bad affecting an egg that up until that point looked like it was fine.
Um, my Nata clutch wasn't very good back in the day, but the 4 fertile eggs hatched. They weren't connected to each other though. But the last 4 clutches, I've hatched all of them except this last clutch I had, the 5th one. There was 2 eggs that went bad, but I suspect that those had twins in them because there was 2 other sets of twins.
Hmm.
One of the sets was a full-term dead set, and then there was a set of living ones. But I suspect that though it's 2 eggs, possibly the reason they died was because they had twins in them.
And do you leave the eggs in or did you remove them?
I pulled them out, but they didn't. They were in there for a while. I made sure they were good and dead before I got
Okay.
in there, just in case, you know. But I did pull them out, and none of the eggs around them. They weren't even next to each other. There was like one on one side and one on the other. So it
Okay.
wasn't. I don't suspect they had anything to do with the any of the eggs around them.
Okay. So I guess for any of you guys, I guess, what are your thoughts on this? I've had more than I would like to admit of this where like an egg candle's perfect, looks great. Give it 2-3 weeks of incubation. It's getting wet and soggy and green and just going to shit. And like that's getting on the eggs next to it. Like, what do you make of that?
You want me to go first?
Sure. Yeah. No, don't jump all over it, guys. I mean, shoot.
That's a tough one. I haven't experienced that with scrubs, but my theory with some of that stuff is your conditions in your cage are a lot less humid than in the incubator box, and sometimes I wonder if you take a dry egg that's colder temperature and stick it in a hot box that's high humidity, you get condensation,
Mhm.
and I suspect that condensation can lead to wet spots on the eggs. So my personal deal now is I put most of my eggs in the incubator. I leave the top of the container unsealed for anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, and then I seal the top. Or
Okay.
I shouldn't say seal the top, but I put the top on.
Close
I
it.
try to let the eggs acclimate to the incubator temperature before I slam the
Hmm.
humidity up as well.
Okay. Interesting. I might have to do that this go around. Brian, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do the same thing, and I've seen the same thing a lot with chondro eggs. Um, they just like I've had some clutches earlier on in my career keeping them where I just put them in sealed egg box and within like 24 to 48 hours it seems like they're getting wet spots. So now I leave the lid off usually for like the first hour or two, and then I'll kind of put it on with just like maybe like an inch crack in the top for another few hours, and then I'll close it um,
Okay.
a few hours later. So I've definitely, I think there's something to that. As far as like the bad eggs touching other eggs, in that first clutch I had, there was one egg that looked outwardly good, but there was nobody home. But it was pretty well fused to the egg next to it, so I just kind of left it and was kind of the mindset that I'll figure out how to get it out of there if I need to. And it didn't start to show any signs of being bad until like day 55 or 60. And it started to dimple in and then just kind of caved in and started to mold. But I think at that point, all the other eggs were well enough developed so that it just didn't affect them. It just kind of stayed with that one egg.
Okay. Interesting. Rob, anything on that?
After seeing a huge variety of different eggs and incubation styles and like different stuff from working at Nerd and then doing my own stuff, bad eggs, it would be really hard for a bad egg to mess up an egg that isn't perfectly fine.
Okay.
It's really, really hard for that to happen. If there's a healthy embryo inside of it, it doesn't matter if there's a moldy egg touching it. In my second clutch this year, there was a bad egg that like molded over, I don't know, a month into incubation, and I just left it in there, and it didn't affect any of the eggs around it because the rest of them had healthy embryos in it. And there's got to be some sort of antifungal thing on these eggs for the ones that are living and breathing and respirating in whatever box they're in or container, that it prevents them from getting that to a point where it hurts the embryo inside. But I have seen some eggs that will get ugly looking on the outside, but the embryo on the inside is perfectly fine. But I don't think it's a contamination from like a bad egg. I think it's like a substrate thing as opposed to one bad egg messing up the whole rest of them. But I've seen like clutches where they're fused together and there's one egg that is just green and rot and like disgusting, and all the rest of the eggs hatch out perfectly fine, no issues, without having to remove the egg throughout the incubation process.
Okay. Well,
yeah. And I would also add, like, I think, so like I said, with that one egg I had where it took like 60 days for it to show any signs of going bad. You know, in your instance where I think you said it looked good for like 2 or 3 weeks, that embryo, maybe it died the first day or was dead on arrival, and it just took that long for it to start to show it. Because I have seen some eggs where you can see that at one point there was an embryo, like there's a little red spot, but the veins are very weak or non-existent. So like at some point it was fertilized, but it also died before being laid.
I mean, I've probably had 40 scrub eggs that looked pretty much fine that went bad in incubation in pretty much the same fashion. And I'm just like, I really hope this was just they weren't good instead of this many fucking eggs. I would probably do a backflip off my house if that was the case. Because I'm like, God, it's like that's the most disheartening feeling in the world. Like walking downstairs in the morning and I'm like, oh my God, another one. Like, just one by one. I've had clutches where just one by one, every single egg has fallen off. And I'm like, well, there goes the whole fucking clutch. And then the one right next to the incubator is just like fine the whole time. It's like, fuck, what did I do wrong this time again? So, oh man, what a fucking time. Well, I guess I'm happy for you guys that you're not having as many incubation problems as I am.
We're not producing as many clutches as you are.
Yeah, smaller sample size. At least for me.
So I guess I'll take it then. So then on to the kind of the next part of the process, getting babies established. So Ryan, to start with you, what's your go-to for getting babies feeding? And then are you, at what point are you starting your feeding trials?
When I had the Nauta, they were ready feeders on live fuzzy mice or, small fuzzies. There was they did everything textbook, shed right away, ate the first time. There was no issues there.
Okay.
The Southerns were pretty much like the Nada. They all shed, ate right away. I think there was only one southern in the 2 clutches that I had to give a bird to. Most of them took just live fuzzy mice. The northerns have been more shy babies. They tend to want dead prey or birds to start, in my experience. And the 3 clutches I've had of those.
Okay.
And then, but I typically would start trying. I mean, other than my most recent clutch, they all usually shed, standard several weeks after they hatched.
Mm.
The last clutch, they didn't shed for a long time. They started eating before they shed. But typically, I would wait a couple weeks till after the first shed, try to start feeding them.
Okay. Brian, what about you?
Yeah, so similar kind of to Ryan, like most of this recent clutch, they all shed out within, 2 or 3 weeks of hatching. Probably waited another week or 2 after that to start offering food. Started with frozen thawed. A few took those. Then I went to frozen thawed button quail. A few others took those. And then went on to live fuzzies and a few more. And now I'm down to 2 holdouts. They're probably about 2 months old now.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been kind of slowly every week or 2, a few more kind of get on board.
Okay. Cool. And then you said shedding, most of them did it pretty normal.
Yeah, all but one. There's one that hasn't shed yet. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And then Rob, what about you?
I've tried a variety of different things. I've tried feeding some before they had their first shed. I've tried waiting until afterwards, and it's been kind of mixed. I don't have any like consistent way of like, oh, offer them food before their first shed. They're all going to eat. Oh, wait 2 weeks until after they have their first shed, and then they'll eat. It's been all over the map for me when it comes to that sort of thing. Usually for the first meal, I'll offer live, like pinky rats, like good sized chunky pinkies, kind of bordering on peach fuzz rats, and typically that's enough movement to get them on board. And it's for me, it feels less risky than the hopper mice, just because they can bite back. But I don't think it's that big of a difference.
Yeah.
Just the amount of movement, I think, gets them going. And so I've done that. And then I've also had to do button quail for a couple of them. And I try and get everybody on rodents. It's just easier for me to have access to. But I'm not afraid of using birds either. So.
Okay. Have any of you gotten had any babies that got stuck on birds that you had to start on birds?
I mean, I sent a rodent and then they eat that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the longest it took me was scenting a mouse 3 times, and then it just would eat the mouse.
Everything is easy for you, isn't it?
No,
his steak is too juicy. His wine is too sweet.
I hear you guys talk about the button quail, though. Because I've used the Cornix quail, the day old. I've never had to use a button for a scrub baby, so I was just surprised. Because even the twins ate button or regular quail, and they were only like 35, 38 gram babies or something. So.
Jeez, that's insane. I've used. So and I might just have not enough quail knowledge for this, but the quail that you get from Rodent Pro and the Coturnix quail that we're breeding here don't seem to be the same, because those babies, when they hatch out, they're like twice the size of those Rodent Pro Coturnix quail, and then like obviously the buttons are tiny. But I've started plenty of scrubs in the past on like frozen day-old Coturnix quail that were pretty small, all things considered. But I guess now just like I have the button quail popping around, so I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah,
I just,
yeah.
you know, they're not like it's not a tiny baby snake, so I'm just surprised
Right,
you would think to do the button over the cornix. But.
Which is weird though, is like because that's the kind of what I was thinking too. I'm like, oh, this is a tiny little meal. And the couple of times that I did that, I was like, wow, that left a bigger lump than I kind of anticipated. So
yeah, those twin northerns, when they ate especially the smaller twin, when it ate one of those cornix, it was like, woo. but I think I gave it a head the first time. I had like a head rolling around in the bag, so I was like, I'm gonna throw that in there, and it ate the head the first time, and then the next time I fed it the whole thing.
that's fun.
But it looked pretty rough. I was like, ooh, maybe that should have. If I'd have had a button quail, I would have used it, but I didn't, you know.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think the scrubs are like, not to say that they're meant to, but they are much more accommodating to big meals than a lot of other python species. Like, you look at a lot of the pictures of the king ornai and stuff, they're eating these giant wallabies. It's, you know, huge meal. And I think that a lot of the scrubs are kind of able to accommodate things like that. And I've given some of my scrubs really big things, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, ah, man, I messed up. I shouldn't have done that. Like giving, you know, a 10 or 12 foot scrub to the XL jumbo colossal rats at a time, and then you see them the next day and they're like, you know, very uncomfortable, and I'm like, oh, maybe they're gonna throw that up, and then they don't. They're just they're cool with it. I think that they are able to accommodate bigger things like that. Maybe not every single feeding, but periodically, I think that it's fine.
I think that's particularly important for animals that like are in the 2 to 4 year range, that like are kind of in need of a growth spurt. I think especially, you know, for anyone who's buying rodents these days, the extreme discrepancy that has been created between medium and large rats, like you get like these incremental nice step up in rodent size, and it's like 85 grams, 225 grams, nothing in between. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, I have no option in between there. So I feel like that first large rat that they can take somewhat comfortably, like they put on like 25% size from that meal alone.
Yeah, no, they definitely have the ability to eat very large prey items.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, I feel like at a certain point, there might not be a whole lot of utility to that unless you want to feed like a male like twice a year or something like that. And you're like, here you go, you get a chicken, and now you don't get food for another 10 months. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I guess so. But yeah, I've been there too, Rob, where I fed, I think like doubled up on the jumbo rat. I'm like, oh boy, okay. We're doing it today, aren't we? Holy crap.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Doubled up on the rat, man. You guys have more money than I do.
Well, it's like I go through and feed all the adults, and if one of them doesn't eat, you know, between the short tails and bloods and all this and that and the other thing, I'm like, well, I'm not throwing away this $10 rat. I'm feeding it to something.
Man.
Yeah, for real. So, let's see. I guess I kind of wanted to ask, you know, kind of lighthearted, but what's the longest you guys have had a baby scrub go before shedding?
I guess the baby I have now is probably the longest, and I don't know. It seems like it's been forever. One of its siblings has eaten like 6 times, and it's never. Well, it's actually ate once, but it's in shed now. So
okay.
We'll see.
So when was that clutch hatched again? It was like what, July?
Oh man, yeah, I think it was July. I'd have to look. Man, I should have wrote down a bunch of notes by then. I was going to get all date specific and time frame.
Well, my bad. I should have said something ahead of time. Brian and Rob, do you guys have any more specific details?
Yeah, I can look it up real quick.
Somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks is the longest for me.
Damn.
Yeah, if we can go to the tape, we'll see.
Because I think my average shed time is like 6 or 7 weeks from hatching.
Man, I don't know. With what you're talking about with your incubation, I don't know what's going on over there, but that's not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
my babies are about to go through their shed, and they're like, what, 3 weeks, something like that, maybe a little bit more.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
This clutch is the first time I've had it where they didn't do it pretty much right standard operating procedure.
because
the one holdout I have now is 8 weeks.
Okay. Because like my record, and this baby had not eaten yet, but was 6 months before first shed, which was pretty fucking crazy. But I've definitely I've had a few 2-3 monthers easy. Like I said, right now I have a baby that is, I don't think it's even 2 months old yet, but it's had 8 meals and it hasn't shed yet. So
What?
yeah, its siblings have shed too. It's the actually, well, one's about to, but like it's just chilling. But it's eaten it's taken 8 meals and it hasn't shed yet. So it hasn't even gone into shed. So I'm just like, something's going right. It has to be going right with that individual because it is.
Yeah.
You know, it ate when it was a few days old and hasn't missed a meal. But then I'm like, why don't you shed? That would be pretty cool if you could.
Yeah, I think that most of mine are in that like 2-3 week range. I don't take great notes, so it could be longer than that. But
yeah, I think my first clutch I had was about that. It was pretty normal. But then subsequent clutches, I had some like really pushed it, and like it was strange. But I feel like I've heard other people experience similar things to me with long shed periods. So I don't know.
July 15th was when those northerns hatched.
Okay.
And one baby has still not shed.
All right. I feel a little bit better about myself.
Middle of October now.
Yeah.
Several have shed twice, and one has never shed.
Hell yeah. Well, welcome down to the depths of hell with me, Ryan.
It doesn't. I'm not worried about it. It'll do it when it does it. But
No, I'm not either. But I'm glad that you know how I feel now.
I just wanted the twins to eat. That's what I was most curious about. So
yeah, Rob, you've had twins too, right?
Yes, I've had 2 sets of twins.
And how have they done for you?
One of the pairs just failed to thrive, and then the other pair did fine.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I only had it happen to me once, and neither baby made it. They were both real weak from the jump. So
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was like after 1 or 2 assist-fed meals, they're just. It was almost like once their metabolism kicked in, they're like, "Yeah, we're not doing this. We're
crashed immediately." Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just upset. Mine busted out. One of the babies busted out like 2 days before the other one. So I never got the picture. I never got the picture with
the two heads
sticking up.
Ah!
I didn't even know I had twins. I was like, oh, this baby's just really small. And then I was going to take the eggs out of the incubator and throw them out. And I'm like, why is there another baby in here? All the babies have hatched. And then I was like, oh, this is an even smaller baby. And that's when I went, oh, ding, ding, ding. That was a twin with the other one.
Yeah.
One more baby than eggs.
I think I had the same thing happen when I had the twins. I didn't realize it at first. And like I was like going back through the eggs once like I had taken a couple babies out of the egg box, and I'm like, hold on, the math isn't working. Like something ain't right. I'm like, oh, that's why this thing's the size of a baby carpet python.
I had one egg that had died. Like I had pipped it, and there was a dead baby in there. And after I found the twins, and I was like, oh, that's twins. I ripped that one open, and there was another set in that egg. So that's what makes me suspect that those 2 eggs that kicked off might have had twins in them as well.
Okay.
Because the twins that didn't live, one of them was pretty heavily deformed, had like no face, and it was really weird. So,
jeez, yeah. So another question, which I'm not even going to ask Ryan because I already know the answer. I think most people know. So I guess Brian and Rob, with babies that you've had that have not taken to food right away, have you resorted to assist or force feeding with any of them?
Not yet.
Rob?
Yep. Yes, I have.
Okay.
Just gentle and trying to give them something that's not too overwhelming size. But after, working at Nerd, there was always something that I had to assist feed. When you got that many animals, there's things that need special care. And so I got real good about pinning something, putting a mouse down it or a tail or whatever, and then getting them back into their enclosure as quickly as possible. So it's not something I stress too much about. That one that I was telling you about earlier that I hatched out in my first clutch that bites it and wraps it and does everything like it's about to eat it and then never does end up eating it. I was just fed it, force fed it twice now.
Okay.
It's several months old and has not eaten anything.
So yeah, what's the age at which you're like, all right, you had your chance. Now you have no choice.
Weight is for me. As soon as I start to see them starting to drop weight, I'm like, as soon as they start visibly losing weight, I'm like, you're going to crash soon. So I need to do something.
Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. I feel like that's kind of what I've done. I've definitely had some that, Ryan would be disgusted with how long I've force fed them for.
Now, you didn't even let me answer, but I actually assist fed one of the Northerns from the first clutch.
Oh, I wish I had like an air horn or something right now. This is insane.
I don't know why you assumed I didn't.
What are you talking about? I thought you were a strict, if it dies, guy.
I mean, I won't assist feed something forever, but I'll give it a try or two.
Wow.
But
Okay.
I gave it a chunk of rat tail twice, I think, and then it ate. So.
Okay.
How
Wow.
do you remember how long or how old that one was?
I don't remember. I think most of the rest of them were like on shed number 3 and had eaten probably a dozen times. Yeah. And then it finally, and I was like Rob said, it started to look like, man, okay, it's going to be dead next week or it's going to eat. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I was lucky this year. I didn't have any that I needed to force feed for the second time only. But it was always kind of that like, all right, I've tried all the options that I have, this, the that, the scent, the this prey, the live, the whatever. And it's like, all right, do I wait it out because the animal still looks fine, or do I kind of proactively force feed? Because most of the time, 2 or 3, and they start eating on their own. Like I have one that just started eating on its own that was from last year. And so like it was over a year old when it took its first meal on its own. And I can just see the judgment just beaming from the top right of my screen. Oh,
what are you talking about? You do you, man. What I would do doesn't matter to what you're doing.
It matters. It's all I care about.
I don't know why you shouldn't.
I had given up. I did get to the point where I was like, all right, you're going to eat on your own or you're just going to die at this point. It had probably been a couple of months, but I probably force fed that thing 20 times. But that's an exception. Like most of them 2 to 5 times. And they're like, enough calories have gone into where their metabolism's kicking and they do the thing. So I feel like I've gotten to the point where it's like 3 months old. Like once they hit that point, if it's like no interest at all, like no prey item even registers as food, then that's when I'll do it. So, Rob, or I guess Ryan too, do you do the assist feed thing to try to get on it to like swallow on its own, or just like shove it down, put it back as quickly as possible?
For me, I prefer if they have to swallow some of it, but I'll kind of leave that up to the snake. If it's fighting real hard and it's not going to cooperate with that, then I'll just stuff it all the way down. But typically I try to just shove it down far enough and then they're inclined to swallow it the rest of the way.
Okay. Rob, what about you?
I give them 2 shots with the assist. So I'll put it in, hook the teeth, and then let them hang. Because a lot of snakes, if you hang them by the back end with the rodent in their mouth, they'll just instinctively start eating it. And so if I do that twice and they drop it, then I'm just like, okay, I'm not wasting any more time, and I just pop it down the whole way in and put it back, because you'll sit there for hours and hours and hours, and I've done that before, and I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Like, one thing, and this is definitely like not a good thing, but it's what it is. I hate, I want to say hate, but like, I have no patience for like anything that's a difficult feeder as a baby.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten out of species because I'm like, shoot, if I produce these, I'm gonna have the fucking time of my life getting these babies to eat. So I'm like, I want to breed more bulb snakes and pine snakes because that's the fucking best. So like, yeah. So my go-to is like, all right, if I've gotten to the point where I'm like, you're getting food one way or another, I'm like, I'm getting this done as quickly as I can. If I have to go in and force feed 3 snakes, I'm like, if I'm working at this for more than 10 minutes, I'm going to lose my mind. So probably not a good way to be, but this is who I am. So I don't know. And like, then I have like a bunch of rattlesnakes right here that don't want to eat. And I'm like, yeah, you're just going to die if you don't want to eat. So I'm not force feeding you. That's all right. I'm good. So.
Like your fingers.
Yeah. Particularly with that. I'm like, I have a good reason why I don't want to force feed those things. All right. So, I mean, do any of you guys have any other breeding related topics that you want to hit on, or things you think I missed? Because I have a couple kind of non-breeding related things to bring up.
Nothing I can think of.
Okay.
Selfishly, on the Halmahera front, you may have already mentioned it. Did you just basically do the same routine that you did with everything else? You said they were pretty easy.
Yeah, I really did the same exact thing. And I think maybe my luck was just that the males that I used were just good males. Are
they as big or bigger than the females? Is there any size discrepancy?
Same size.
Okay.
Just like a lot thinner proportionally, bigger heads. I've had this weird run of missexed Halmaheras where like the second clutch I got this year was from a pair where the female was sold to me as a male and the male was sold to me as a female. So like I've had so many instances where I've had 2 males or 2 females together for extended period of time. And I'm like, why is this male swelling up? This is weird. Bump, 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 bump. Oh shit. It happened again. So like I've multiple times I've had, females together inadvertently, like during the time when I was pairing other stuff up. And then like that's what happened this go around was it was actually the second one in a row where I had a female that I paired up last year, or I guess not 2024. She had developed follicles. That girl ended up slugging out for me this year, but I put a female in with her, didn't realize until it was too late, and then put another female in with that female that was supposed to be a male. 2 years in a fucking row. So, and both times the way I realized that those males were in fact females, where I felt follicles in both of them, not the female that I was actually trying to breed. So, with that said,
the key was having a boy and a girl snake, is what you're saying.
That's the main hurdle. Is you need
maybe the key was having a girl and a girl snake. Just get the juices flowing that way. But honestly, like I think my point of saying that is really kind of nothing, because what the hell could I have done? Because I didn't even know what my snakes were to begin with. Just same old cycle, temp food, and then they just started going, and really the exact same thing as everything else we've been talking about all night.
Ironically, I paired Halmas one time, and it ended in disastrous fashion. But like you said, they actually it was very textbook. There was no. It seemed easy until she ovulated and died, but it as far as they paired, they bred like crazy, hanging off perches like chondros, and she turned jet black. There was no doubt about what was happening.
Yeah.
And then she ovulated huge and just keeled over dead.
Yeah. That actually might be a good point that you just brought up about ovulation. Are you guys typically seeing the ovulation? Like, are you actually able to like, oh my gosh, this is it? Or it's kind of like, okay, she looks like she's bigger, she's kind of swollen, but I can't really tell, or miss it altogether? What's the experience been? Ryan, I'll start with you.
I usually can catch it, or I'll see like big follicle development where I feel like she's about to ovulate, and then if I'm gone for a while, and then I see her and she looks smaller than I, assume she ovulated.
Yeah.
But ovulation with the scrubs, like the peak of it, doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
The time I caught my southern ovulating, it literally, like I went out about every half an hour, and I kept looking at her. And I'm like, oh my god, she's bigger. I'd go inside, I'd go back out there, and oh my god, she's bigger. And it went on from like 8 o'clock in the morning till about noon. And at noon, I was like, holy shit, she can't get any bigger. It looked like I fed her a house cat or something. And then I was like, okay. I was like, well, that's ovulation for sure. And then I went out at 1 o'clock, and she looked like she did at 8 o'clock in the morning. Like literally an
Wow.
hour later, she looked skinnier than she had looked for the previous 12 days,
Wow.
And
That's
so
great.
that when you catch it like in the peak of the peak, it seems to only last about an hour and a half, 2 hours. The build up lasts, a while, but the actual like hardcore peak of ovulation seems to be pretty quick with them.
Okay. Interesting. Brian, what about you?
Yeah, I never caught any of the kind of peak obvious stuff with both of the females that I got. I definitely marked down where they were kind of pacing, you know, uh, non-typical behavior. They at that point they're basking a lot of stuff, but there was definitely like a 1 or 2 day period for both of them where they were building and then they were like kind of pacing around the obviously uncomfortable. So that
Okay.
was kind of what I marked down as probably ovulation, but I never saw any like obvious peak swelling.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Rob, what about you?
It's been half and half for me, where sometimes I catch it and I'm like, oh, very clear ovulation. She looks real swollen, extra tight. Like when you touch it, it feels tight to their
Yeah.
skin and everything. And I've seen that a couple times. And then the other times I'm like, I don't know. She kind of, and then they go through the hormonal where they start to turn black. And I'm like, okay, then as soon as I see that, I'm like, okay, everything's cool. It's going in the direction it's supposed to go in.
Yeah.
But the actual ovulation itself is hit or miss.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's kind of all in all kind of what I've experienced as well. Cool. So I kind of want to pivot, and I know it's getting a little late. So if any of you guys are, if it's gone too long, just say something. But I want to kind of ask about the market a little bit and what your guys' take is on the scrub market. Obviously, back to the earlier convo of the $100 class telepus back in the day, things have changed. But I think even more than that, another huge change is the availability of captive bred scrubs and the unavailability of wild caught scrubs. So, I feel like this would be a little more open-ended, but, I guess, Ryan, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on where the scrub market has kind of come in the last, let's say, even decade or so, and like where it is today?
Well, I guess I produced not a long time ago, and that was easy sell. But my recent clutches have all been in the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know, about 5 years, I guess, since I bred F1s. But the first clutches were like in the middle, early COVID. So I mean, they sold everything sold well. The second clutch, I produced the Northerns the first 2 years, and those all sold pretty good. The Southerns I produced, I think the last 2 years, those were a little harder to sell. So I think it just depends on, you know, what you're trying to sell, and what it looks like when you're trying to sell it probably has an effect as well.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And what about like the amount of people who are kind of taking this a little bit more seriously? Do you feel like there's an influx of keepers that are kind of giving a shot to scrubs?
Um, yeah, I would have to say probably yes, but it's probably more statistically. I would say it's probably about the same as it always has been, but the whole hobby's probably grown.
Yeah, sure.
So it might seem like there's more interest, but it's probably statistically, I think it's still about probably what it always has been.
Okay,
There's just more keepers now than there used to be.
sure. Yeah. Uh,
But
Brian, you have any thoughts?
No, well, I didn't get a lot of viable babies from the first clutch, so I didn't really have much to sell. The second clutch, I'll probably be posting a handful here pretty soon, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I can't really speak to the availability or interest quite yet.
Yeah,
It does seem like, from my read from a distance, is that there's a lot. It seems to be more heavy pet interest rather than
sure.
acquiring animals as breeders.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you guys are all seeing that as well, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people out there, you know, building scrub collections, breeding collections,
yeah,
like we're seeing with chondros and all that other, you know, stuff like that right now.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, Rob.
I stay off of Morph Market and all the places where you can buy and sell things. So
Yeah,
that is, over the last couple of years, I have just like really stayed off of a lot of that stuff. So I'm not as keyed in. I get little glimpses of things here and there. I think the Clastolepis is a glaring example of market gone horribly wrong. Like, don't get me wrong, very cool snakes. $4,000+ snakes. I personally don't agree with that.
yeah,
But you know, the market should fix itself, I guess. And when more become available, we'll see where their price ends up at. As far as Barnecks go, there's been, in my opinion, there's been more Barnecks produced in the last 3 years than there has maybe in the last 10 years before that. You
yeah,
know, with you producing them, me and a couple other people are now producing them now. I Before the last 5 years or so, I could probably count on my hand the number of times I saw captive bred Barnecks available.
oh yeah, sure.
In any sort of significant way, more than a clutch here and then a couple of years and then a clutch there. It just was not a thing.
Yeah,
And I think that the market's hungry for it. There's lots of people who want not just Barnecks, but Highlands and Uminas and, you know, the variety of things. There's been an increased interest in the Tannenbar Thanatas, I guess, from what I've seen online. People just want to scrub in a little package.
yeah,
I personally won't work with them, but I get that people want them because they're smaller and all that jazz. So I think that the market is ready for more scrubs, but like Brian was saying, it seems like there's a lot more interest in people just getting a scrub to have a scrub as opposed to getting a whole bunch of pairs, like getting 2 or 3 pairs and trying to work on a breeding project or something. I still get some people who are like, I would like to get a pair of them, but it's less than the people who are like, I just want to get, I've heard hype about these snakes and I want to know what the hype is about. And I think that the scrub groups and people talking like on this podcast, how you talk about them, how I talk about them and stuff, I think that lends itself a little bit better to people not throwing themselves into the deep end with a cinder block around their neck and getting, 10 pairs of scrub pythons like a lot of people did with reticulated pythons back in the day.
Yeah.
And getting in way over their head. It seems like more people are being measured about it, and I'm going to get one. I'm going to see how I like it. I'm going to see if
I agree.
they are what I expect. And I find a lot of people do end up just liking them because they're interesting snakes, and they don't feel the need to go down the route of, I need to get 8 of these so that I can breed them. And then the lead time on breeding probably deters quite a few people as well, because most people are not going to get one and then turn around in 2 years and breed it and make their money or whatever. So I think that it kind of balances things out a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree on the point of people being interested in them for purely pet reasons, and I think that's like best case scenario.
Best case scenario.
Yeah. Literally like that. There couldn't be a better reaction. I think it speaks to a few things. I think one, it speaks to just how great of pets they are for somebody who wants a really engaging python, and then I think it probably also speaks to like how a lot of us who really care about scrub pythons present them. I mean, I sure hope no one's out there. If they are, I haven't heard them being like, "This is the next investment species. Get in."
Oh, I hope not.
I haven't heard that. I mean, like, could there be something to be said for that? I guess if you wanted to look at it that way, the popularity is on the rise, but like you said, there are barriers to entry, like how big they are and how they take longer to mature than a bunch of other pythons do, and stuff like that. And there aren't morphs or like well-established lineages like chondros where the blueprint isn't really laid out for you if you want to be a
scrub breeder,
scrub project or something like that. Like you kind of have to have a little bit of independence in how you think about it, I guess. But yeah, I'm like, to me, I feel like it's a testament to how they've been talked about by the people who do like them, that people are interested in them for pets.
Yeah.
Do you think some of the deal is like people are, I mean, a lot of people have a adversity to failure, and if people believe they're really hard to keep and really hard to breed, that maybe deters people from getting pairs instead of wanting to get pairs? Or
I think some people it does the opposite, where they're like, oh, they're challenging to breed, I'm going to be the one to do it, and then they do fail, and then they end up moving them on, or whatever, sit on them for however long. But I think a lot of people like that challenge, or think that they like that challenge, until they get challenged with it. Because there are still people who are trying to get pairs and stuff. It's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, because you don't, like you said, we don't sell a ton of babies as pairs, and so I just wonder if people are like, oh man, there's no point in bothering to try because it's hard.
Maybe, I don't know.
You would think that more chondro people would be into them if that were the case.
I think it's because they move and they're snakes.
Yeah, I think chondro people, I mean, as much as I love my chondros, I think most chondro people are kind of bitches.
The wrong channel to be saying that on, but I appreciate it.
I'm glad he said it and not me.
I don't disagree with you.
I think they're kind of soft.
Yeah. Using the big old fucking Kevlar gloves to pull a clutch and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a reason that you, me, and a handful of other people from like the year 2000 are the only ones still around.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, ironically, scrubs are just care-wise almost 100% identical to a chondro, just a different package.
Yeah.
Different size.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised that more chondro keepers haven't gotten into it. Like, I feel like if you have your chondro room, kind of like what Carly has, like she has her chondros and then like a couple scrubs. You don't have to take care of them any differently. You can cycle them the same way. You can do everything the same, and it just is something that's totally different I mean, I guess within reason, it's still a python, but like it breaks up the perched snake. I'm not even going to say green because most of these aren't green anymore, Ryan. Right?
Most of them are still green. That's kind of the dirty secret.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah,
they're trying. They're usually a shit ugly green because they're some fucking hybrid. But
yeah, like shit green snake. Gold and black barnack. Whoa, cool. Okay, shit green.
My chondros will spend, or my scrubs spend a ton of time sitting on perches. So,
yeah.
Mine, yeah. If you give them perches, mine use them.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's
that one's pure, and it's not shit green.
No.
That's because it's pure.
The pure ones look better. Most of them. The nondescript hybrid captive chondros usually fairly boring looking. In my
but they're
humble
25K.
opinion.
Come on.
I guess more people. Some people have more money than brains, but I guess.
Once you get past the 2-hour mark, it's scary hours for Ryan. Keep rolling.
I don't know. There's nowhere in the world that chondros occur that scrub pythons don't. So,
yeah.
Scrub pythons occur in a few places chondros weren't seaworthy enough to make it to.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if there's a chondro, there's a scrub.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very true. I mean, how far away from each other did you find them in the wild?
Oh, well, we found the barneck in the same canyon or ravine. I guess canyon's probably a bit extreme. We found the scrub the first night, and the chondro was probably just a few 100 yards, but 10 days later, but up the same ravine.
Yeah.
And it couldn't have been more than 200 yards, or probably 100 yards.
Yeah, so they're sharing the exact same habitat.
Exact same place,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's so cool.
And ironically, the scrub python was like 40 feet up in the tree, and the chondro was 3 feet off
on the ground almost.
Yep. No, that is so cool. Yeah, I mean, like it's funny, you know, talking to a chondro person about scrubs who don't really know much about it, and you start to like talk about all the different localities, and they're like, they got them there. It's like, yeah,
everywhere.
You don't know about
a few extras.
You don't know about these snakes that come from the exact same place your snakes come from, that are pretty much just the bigger version of the same thing. Like, maybe look into them. They're kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it's. I think Brian's got about my perfect collection. He's got some scrubbies, got some chondros, some emeralds. Like I'd be just living large if
I've got a lot of other stuff too. Bull snakes and frogs and Eurypilius and Parsons.
Yeah, I think my perfect collection would just be some scrubs and chondros, and I'd be some.
See, but you say that and then you don't do it.
Well, it's because I still have stupid goals that I'm trying to. I'm hard-headed and I want to accomplish before I give up the rest of it.
Your goals are to keep breeding morph ball pythons for the hell of it?
No, I love my ball pythons, but I could give them up if I had to.
Yeah.
But I've been doing my projects with those since the early 2000s. So they mean more to me than just like what the new guy who just bought something yesterday.
Sure. Yeah, you got the decades into it. Makes a lot of sense.
Most of the ball pythons I have today, I produced their grandparents. Like,
hell yeah.
It's not just
that's pretty
snakes that I bought at a show.
Yeah. I guess that's actually kind of lends into an interesting kind of discussion. You know, with scrub pythons, we are really in the absolute infancy of, captive breeding and establishing lineages or anything. What are some of the localities or even within localities, like certain looks that you guys think could be the refined over 3-4 generations, could be absolutely mind blowing compared to what we're working with right now?
Let's start with Rob this time.
Yeah.
Do it.
I've been
I was
talking
gonna
too
say
much.
like the color variation in some of the Barnecks, like just the base color, selectively breeding for some more of that mahogany or versus some of the ones that are a little bit more light tan. The amount of banding on them could be cool. Would I think could has huge potential for making some really cool looking offspring.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Uh, there's a million different ways you could go with it. I just like the ones. I like the stuff that's got contrast to it. So anything that's got contrast, I'm like really a dig. Like some of the Halmaheras, much lower contrast. They kind of look more base color.
Yeah.
But the pair that I've got is like really, really contrasted, and I like that kind of look. So I think that doing that sort of thing could lead to some really nice looking offspring. I don't know.
Yeah. No question. No question. Brian, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean the obvious one is color, but like the clutch I had this year with the Tanamera to kind of the Maruki, like I said in the beginning, the patterns are kind of all over the board, and I see some paths there where I could kind of try to focus on certain patterns. Like there's one that looks very similar to the Arus that you hatched out, just very small rosettes, kind of on the first 3/4 of the body.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that might be a cool path to go down, is certain patterns. And
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, like one of the Arus that I hatched has this like little, I mean, right now it's maybe like a 2-inch little section of like this little pin dorsal stripe, like kind of part of its body. And I'm like, what if there's something there? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like any cool like aberrancy like that, I feel like, why not? Why not give it a shot to see what can happen? Because I mean, there's plenty. I mean, it seems like a lot of these species and localities have a few, whether they're genetic morphs, like recessive traits, or just like kind of polygenic traits that are potentially more prevalent, like striping. Like a lot of southerns have like a lot of cool like neck striping for like the first third of the body. I mean, who's to say that can't be extrapolated to a fully striped southern in like 2 or 3 generations, just because that those genes seem to be present in that population.
That'd be cool, like the striped jungle carpets, or
Yeah, I would say the best thing about scrubs is for one, there's lots of species to choose from, and two, they all have a different thing you could go for.
Yeah.
I think probably the biggest untapped scrub potential would be just insane orange snakes, and I think the as much southerns might be my least favorite scrub, but some of those jungle phase, rainforest phase, or highlands, as some people
Oh
like to
my
refer
God,
to
you
them as.
said it. Holy shit. God.
Those, I think, based on some of the pictures I've seen of, you know, imported specimens, I can't imagine what a couple generations of high orange ones of those, or if you want black and orange, I think you could do that. Or if you just want the orangest orange snake, I think you could go that route.
Yeah.
The northerns, I think, have a lot of potential for orange as well.
No question.
So we'll see. There's a lot of pattern stuff. So if you like black and contrast, you got Barnecks, and if you want orange, there's a couple options, and if you want yellow, Calastos, and
Yeah.
so there's something for everybody.
Yeah. And for anybody, we were mentioning a lot of people want scrubs as pets these days, and that's great. But for anyone who like is actually interested in the breeding side of it, and I don't feel like any of us are like going to discourage people because we all do it. If you want to do something that's like your own thing, it's wide open right now.
Yeah.
There are so many different avenues that you can go down. Like, the northern Waminas, like Ryan was saying, like that the most untapped scrub python that there is currently, I think, for sure, because there are people, like Rob and I, who are trying to get those high orange, southern, highland, whatever you want to call them. and working with Barnext, but even within Barnext, like I have a couple of things that I'm shooting for. So does Rob. Like you could take, I mean, there's of the different pattern and color combinations you can have within a Barneck. Like it's just so wide open that if you're somebody who wants a fun line breeding project for yourself, like you might not necessarily be behind anybody starting from zero. And not that necessarily could be your motivation, but like it's cool to have a project that's like that and you kind of make your own as well. So yeah, I think that's probably the coolest part right now. I think Halmaheras are going to be crazy in a few generations. Because even just the F1 animals that we've seen, like how gold they can be, like the contrast of these animals, like I mean, obviously it's a different color palette, but like I think F3, F4 Halmaheras will be Clastolepis bright yellow, like gold.
No, man, I don't know. Most Halmas are. I mean, there's some gold ones, obviously I've seen, but not Clastolepis yellow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like 2 more generations. It's not the same shade, but like
okay, yeah, so they definitely get.
You could have something brighter,
brighter looking.
Yeah, not the same. I mean, like Shane Adamson has one Halmahera that whenever he decides to post, he will post it. Sometimes it's like, it's shockingly gold. It's like,
but you also have like crazy, beautiful silver Halmas that are insane. You know, that silver with the black. That's
no question.
Pretty badass too.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think that they're like, I mean, even 10 years ago, they were kind of thought by most people, unless you're like a real scrub fanatic, as these kind of like ugly, dirty brown, kind of whatever scrub. They didn't have the high contrast or the crazy pattern or whatever. And I feel like give it 10 years, like nobody will even remember those days of it.
Well, Halmas, I mean, come on, when you get a fresh off the boat Halma, they're rough.
Oh, sure.
If you get a picture of one that's fresh off the boat and then you get it established and doing well, a year or two in captivity, a lot of those sheds, and that doesn't even look like the same snake.
Yeah, no doubt.
So those babies should definitely,
I don't know
be
if most
better looking.
people know that they fire up and fire down. They're almost like a pop and cut in that regard.
Night shifters.
Big time. I mean, from like the day it sheds until the beginning of the next shed cycle, like you get like 4 different snakes throughout that time period.
No, even day to night. You go out there at night, and it's like looks like it's hypomelanistic and silver, and then the next day it's gold again. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I mean, probably more than almost any other scrub going through those kind of transitions. The tandem bars, I feel like, will do that as well. Particularly the Axanthics I've seen. Like, I have one male that he'll look like damn near like purple sometimes. And then other times he'll be a little like more like typical. So like yesterday when I cleaned him, I was like, you're like a bluish purple right now. Like this is absolutely nuts. And then, so like just stuff like that. I don't know. There's just so many different rabbit holes you can fall down with scrubs. It's not even funny.
I think all that striping, heavy banding, the splotches. I mean, there's literally something. If you're into it, you should be able to find it in a scrub python.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation that Alex brought up. I think Rob, we had that conversation with Alex Myers potentially on the episode we did with him. But yeah, the morph scrubs that have popped up. Really, at this point, none of them have made it over to the States. What are your guys' thoughts on scrub morphs and the potential positives and negatives that could mean to the scrub hobby as a whole?
I'll go first on that one. I think that the albinos are mildly interesting. I don't know that they're going to have as much curb appeal because they're not as flashy as an albino carpet python or an albino ball python even. It seems like they're kind of more of a bit lower contrast, at least the helm and the T-positive bar neck. I mean, the T-positive bar neck is cool, but I think that it's still more niche where people like us will appreciate it, but the average person is going to be like, like the regular Barnex better, because when you put a white base on a snake that's really iridescent, you lose most of that iridescence to them, to that light color.
Sure.
And so it's going to take away one of the things that really lets scrubs shine, as far as average people being able to understand and see the beauty in them. So I think that those, of the ones that I've seen so far, the one that has the most curb appeal, in my opinion, is that white, like Wamina looking one that popped up, that was like Lucy ivory calico kind of looking thing. That thing was really cool. And I saw people who were not interested in scrub pythons that were like, damn, that thing is cool. So I think that if that is inheritable and reproducible, I think that could have a draw to it and get some people more people into it. But as far as the albinos, at least the T-Pause albinos that I've seen so far, I don't think that the average person, if they're not already into scrub pythons, they're not going to be into it. And then even people who are into scrub pythons, I could see them not being as into it as the non-albinos, because you're losing a lot of that iridescence and some of that draw to what scrubs bring to the table.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a good point about the iridescence. I hadn't thought about that one before, but yeah, 100%.
I think, fortunately or unfortunately, however you view morphs, I think as long as scrubs are a little more difficult to breed, it's even if they made it over here, it's not really going to catch on. I think like with ball pythons and boas and all that, it's like we have a kind of cookie cutter, recipe for how to reproduce them, and so that's part of the appeal, is you can reproduce a bunch of these cool looking snakes, without too much effort. So as long as scrubs are kind of a niche species to breed and require some nuance and skill, I don't know that there's going to be a ton of people banging on anybody's door to acquire a bunch of those.
And even if so, it'll probably just create like that natural barrier. Like if somebody, let's say that the hypothetical retic bro is like, I'm going to do scrubs now, and they get like, they acquire every female they can or whatever, you're not breeding these snakes in freedom breeders, you're like that's just not gonna. I saw that conversation when, like, especially when that ivory looking like Wamina Northern popped up, like people are gonna start breeding scrubs in CB70s now. It's like, can you fit two scrubs in a CB70?
Yeah, adult scrubs in a CB70.
What are you talking about? Like maybe a couple 2-year-olds. Like, all right, I guess.
Imagine trying to close that with two scrubs that are just like,
jeez. So I'm like, all right, yeah, that's a very really bad point. But yeah, it is, like how long it takes to get them to maturity, and like, I don't know.
Yeah, even if you got one founder, you're 10 years if everything goes perfectly.
Exactly.
Until you're breeding hets to hets.
Right. Exactly. So
yeah, I hate the idea of it.
Of the morphs.
Yeah, I mean, I like morph snakes. Obviously, people could say I'm a hater or whatever. I clearly love morph snakes. I've done a ton of morph snake breeding. But I think the problem with a morph in a species complex like this is, just like all the other species complex with morphs, is the first thing they do is breed it to everything
it's got a cloaca, and it's like, and then
and so then you're gonna have a bunch of hybrids.
Yep.
And of course they're gonna be like, well, we want a small one, so we got to breed it to Nauta, and it's not a. I don't know. I would like to think it would be such a hard project that it wouldn't bear fruit, but money's a great motivator, and if people spend a lot of money on something, they're gonna inevitably try to recoup that money. So I think in the right hands, it would get made and it would get produced, and there would be people that would want it, to be whatever. I don't know. It's makes me sad to think people would want to get into scrub pythons to have an albino or whatever.
Yeah.
There's
No,
plenty of other ways to get your albino fixed.
Yeah. I feel like it's definitely a double-edged sword because for one, yeah, like it would really suck for someone to have that motivation to get into scrubs because of that. Like you said, when it's like, all right, what about these like 15 different natural variations that look better than all of the morphs? But like the other side of the sword is that when those pictures started going around of that ivory looking one, I've never seen so much buzz about scrub pythons.
Yeah.
In those few days, I'm like, man, is this
Yeah,
like?
but that's more just people hadn't seen anything like that, So I don't think it was. I don't think it translated into more love for scrub pythons. I think it was more just like, look at this weird snake. If it would have been, some other species that looked that wild, they probably would have got the same.
Like look at olive pythons. Like there's albino olive pythons, but nobody's like banging down your door to get.
No, I produced albino
those,
olive python.
Right. But I would think that it's like kind of like a similar niche market, scrubs and olives. Like,
yeah, and I can tell you, very few people care.
I cared.
So, but I don't know. I mean,
cool.
you can see. Look at like the albino chondro. It hatched out in a pure species of one of the harder to get localities. And the only ones that exist now are, an amalgamation of hybrids. Because the first thing they had to do was to make a fucking red one. Even like, so the project pretty much got ruined right from the start. And, it's just what people do. Human beings, we do dumb shit. So
Yeah,
that's what I would hate to see. I would hate to see the scrub python thing follow suit.
yeah, me too. I think one thing that's kind of encouraging up front is like there doesn't seem to be, because as of now, there's all like anyone, and it's been done, can and there's no barrier from just like hybridizing and mixing and stuff like that. And there really doesn't seem to be a whole lot of interest in that so far. Like, yeah, I don't think I've never had someone reach out to me and be like, hey, do you have any crosses or hybrids for sale? I've never gotten that message.
No, I've had a few people that were like, oh man, it'll be interesting to see when you start making all these crosses. And I'm like, what?
Really?
Why? Like, what do you think is going to happen? You know what the thing, if you throw enough shit against the wall, it all turns brown. It's like if you take a yellow snake and breed it to a black snake, you're going to get a brown snake. It's like you're not going to, people believe that they can cherry pick the best part of one species, and they're going to magically sew it into the best part of the other species, and they're going to, wave their fairy wand, and out it's going to pop this dream snake, this AI generated snake. And that's not how it works. You're going to get a fucking brown snake that looks like just some generic. It's not going to do what you want it to do.
Yeah. I think the thing that encouraged me the most was, like, to me, the hybrid that always sounded the coolest in principle was the Barneck Moluccan hybrid. And then I actually saw it, and I was like, ugh.
Why would you think that would be a good hybrid, though? I mean, I'm curious. Like, you think you're going to get that yellow and that black?
Well, imagine like a Barneck pattern on a Moluccan body, like with just think about what that could look like in the best case scenario.
Dude, if we're being honest,
a jungle carpet python, big jungle carpet python.
Yeah, no. Well, the majority of jungle carpets don't even look like what people want their dream jungle to look like, despite 40 years of selectively breeding them. But the scrubs, if we're being honest, most Clastolepis brown out quite a bit.
Oh, for
they
sure.
Do not, like 100%. A Barneck is a consistently better looking adult snake than most Clastolepis.
Yes.
Everybody's in love with the 3-year-old bright yellow Clastolepis. Yeah. That's a male, because none of the fucking females ever stay looking like that. So you literally, everybody's pining over a snake that basically doesn't exist. Yeah. And so if you want a consistently amazing looking snake, a barnack is a far better choice than a
Yes,
Clastolepis.
for
But
sure.
everybody's in love with the one photo they see of this fired up Clastolepis that's 2.5, 3 years old and a male, and they think, oh my god, it looks like that forever. It's like, no, it doesn't. Most adult Clastolepis are a relatively, they have a little bit of yellow on the sides, and they have basically a black patternless top, and that's what they look like for the vast majority of their life. But everybody seems to be pining away for this fucking thing when they don't look like that. Where a barnack looks like what a barnack looks like for its fucking whole life.
Yeah.
Nice, contrasty, you know.
I
And
mean,
I like Clastolepis. I wish more people were breeding them, and I think like we discussed earlier, you could probably selectively breed for better looking ones that
100%.
stayed better looking ones,
Yeah.
but that's not how they age. That is not what they typically look like.
Yeah.
And the majority of them don't look like what people want them to look like.
It is very ironic that the most sought after scrub python is the only one that gets worse with age.
Yeah,
It's
or the
very
one
ironic.
that's already jet black. So, if you consider a Bolin's python a scrub python,
Yeah.
that's
True.
the one everybody wants, and it literally is jet black. So, it's it's just funny how people, I don't know. It's one of those. Does the price make it cool? I think is it cool because it's expensive or expensive because it's cool? And I think the
Yeah.
perceived value is what has made
Sure.
because most people haven't seen enough Clastolepis to realize the vast majority of them don't even come close to looking like what your dream Clastolepis
Have
looks
those
like.
has that clutch that was the last one that was produced? I forget the guy's name. Have those aged pretty well, as far as you know?
Marcel.
I'd say so. I mean, I got one right up there, and she looks pretty damn good. She's an axanthic, but I like, yeah, the one that Patrick has looks good. As far as normals go, Brandon posted up the other day a picture of his looks pretty damn good still. Like, they obviously don't look as good as they did when they were 2. Like, none of them do, but I mean, they're all still looking pretty nice. But they're also young. They're 4 years old.
Yeah, and when did they take the picture? Right after it shed, and like,
Yeah.
let's be honest here.
I'm trying.
Well, no, they look. I'm not saying they're garbage. I'm just saying they're not going to be that neon yellow snake. If that's what you're.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
If you keep a Clastolepis for 20 years, it's going to look like that for 5 years, maybe.
Yeah. And then, like with the males, you get a week or 2 after it sheds where it's like, oh, hey, look, it's back. And then it, slowly dulls out until the next shed cycle, and then does it all again. So, yeah, I mean, one of my adult males, he's still pretty gold, all things considered, but like it, it tapers, and then it tapers and does that. So
yeah, and there's, like I said, they're gorgeous snakes. I'm just, if people have this belief that they're all
That neon yellow, yeah.
and to think that you can, to harken back to what started this, to think you can take that snake that's barely staying yellow and breed it to make a hybrid that you're going to extract that yellow is completely asinine, because they barely stay yellow as what they're supposed to be.
Pure form, yeah.
Yeah, you can't breed it to another snake and think you're going to like, oh, we're going to make this yellow better. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like the color palette and the pattern distribution really doesn't relate well to any other scrub from a Clasto. Like, the key animals look the most similar, I guess, but like, I guess if you don't have a nuanced eye for scrub pythons, they do. If you do, to me, they look quite a bit different. But
I would take the prettiest key I've ever seen. I would take over the prettiest Clasto I've ever seen every day and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I know, and I'd probably say the same thing.
That key I've messed with in Indo was one of the prettiest snakes I've ever seen. And I mean, it wasn't the only one. It was the best looking one, but it was absolutely phenomenal snake. I can't even imagine what you could potentially do with this.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be an awesome one to like really be able to actually work with and make a project out of, just because they do stay nice as they get bigger
Yep.
comparatively to clastos. And same thing, like I feel like the Arus really don't get nearly the recognition that they deserve. I think they're up there with the keys and the clastos, and the nicest quote unquote highlands as far as color goes. Like I think that's the company that the Arus are in.
Yeah, and that's the reality, is the best, the best specimen from all the species. I mean, you'd have a hard time picking which one's the actual best, because,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a subjective term anyways, but it's so, I don't know, man. The best specimens of all the species I've seen have just been completely phenomenal.
Yeah. That's what's so great about them. Yeah. So Lisa asked, do the xanthic nata come in different shades? Some seem more brown, some seem more golden. Yeah, I think there's quite a spectrum for those.
Yeah, it's the same thing. The males tend to be, at least when I used to keep them, the males seem to be better looking than the females.
Yeah, I haven't kept many, but I would agree across the board. I mean, I'm looking like my bigger male, he is orange and like bluish purple.
Yeah, the patternless ones seem to be more orange than the patterned ones.
Which is, yeah, mine's like the opposite, where my patternless xanthic is kind of like a brownish yellow. Yeah. And then the male is the pattern. He's like really orange.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
All the patterned ones I ever saw were pretty nondescript brown.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that would be, I mean, I haven't produced them. I'd love to, but like, I feel like with the Barnecks, I guess, because I have the most experience with them, like the patterns will be all over the place within a clutch, but the base color will all be pretty similar to each other. Rob, is that similar to what you've experienced?
Yeah, fairly. You'll get like one or two that deviate quite a bit away from the rest of them, but most of them are kind of in that same range.
Yeah. So I wonder if it'll be the same with Nada, but yeah, it's funny. Like every Barnet clutch I've had, where like the goal was, a heavy pattern male and female, there's like always one fairly reduced baby out of that clutch, just because why not? I don't know. It's cool though. I like that. And it's also like, oh, cool. I can like cherry pick new blood to put into like a reduced project from a pairing that I never thought would throw one too. So kind of, gives that natural variation to the gene pool there. But yeah,
has anybody done like, is that reduced pattern? Is it just polymorphic, or is it actually like, does it behave like a recessive, or has anybody gone down that rabbit hole?
Man, you just didn't look at any of my snakes when you were here, did you?
You had too many, and I was so jealous looking at your Halma babies and your Rue babies that I was seething with jealousy. So I couldn't.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you for saying that. Well, okay, so if there is like a genetic reduced pattern, then I haven't come across it personally. I haven't done F2, but I've had some wild caughts that I was like, all right, these are gonna probably throw some nice reduced babies, and I have a handful of like holdbacks that have very, very little pattern. And my kind of thought was like, all right, let's see if, do a polygenic thing, like, tiger carpets or something like that. Like keep breeding the reduce until, and this might be completely defeating the purpose, but fuck it, I think it'd be cool. Like a bar neck that is bar nothing, totally patternless. And I mean, I guess probably based on what the pairings were that made the stock that I kept, maybe the next generation, but definitely the one after that, I feel like I could get to that point.
Because I know there was proved that with Southerns it's recessive, the actual patternless, and with Nada it's recessive.
Yeah.
So I was just curious with those reduced pattern Barnecks if anybody ever like bred and seen, through the generations, does it reproduce that way or?
I mean, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone's ever really seriously gone down that rabbit hole before.
Which one?
The like reduced pattern Barneck, like trying to breed for a patternless Barneck.
Nope.
Has anybody even ever made a pair of those? I think back in the day VPI did actually. I think they did have the.
Well, I mean,
and I'm pretty sure they bred true. I don't think they got the barred ones or the banded ones from.
I've never seen a truly patternless Barneck before, like a picture even.
Yeah, not like patternless, but how they're very reduced.
Yeah,
just the bars and that's it.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of ones that just had bars and then like maybe
very
like
subtle
band or maybe 3 or 4 total on the rest of its body. Way back in the day, there was some pictures of those. Do those pictures still exist? I don't know, but I have seen pictures of snakes like that before.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't recall clutches of those if anybody's done them.
No, not. It was like one-off animals here and there.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying. I have probably 7 or 8 animals that I produced that I've held back for the sake of that project, and it's really interesting. Like when you have them in hand and you look closely at them, like you can see faint pattern, but like the melanin is pretty minor.
You did, yeah.
It's essentially like
it's like the pattern's there, but you didn't paint. It's like they drew like but nobody painted
the guidelines. Yeah, they didn't paint it in.
What it is that where the pattern is, it's just like an outline on the scale. In like the center of the scale is the same color.
Yeah,
it like has like a slightly darker ring inside each scale, and then you pull it back, and it makes this almost like illusion of pattern. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, years ago I had one that was, and you could see the pattern, but it was more like beige and slightly lighter beige. Like you could tell where the pattern should be.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. There was no black, absolutely no black.
Yeah.
Other than once you got down past that second bar off the neck.
Yeah.
And then you could even see the little rice grains down the side that a lot of the Barnecks have, that little white, kind of rice grain deal.
Yeah.
You could faintly see those little, and it was a really cool snake, but I wasn't sure if anybody had ever bred those to each other. I'm pretty sure, like I said, I think VPI did back in the day. I'll have to ask her what was the results of that.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited. I think probably 2027 is when I'll be able to give a legit shot to like a really, really nice like reduced pairing here. I'm gonna try to send a picture to myself. Actually, it's on my.
Because you don't even see those come in very much anymore. The imports, they used to be somewhat.
Oh,
like
yeah,
you would see them, but
no, never. And like when they were, at least since I've been around and looking at scrubs, I feel like there was always like, they were like always like labeled Manokwari.
Yeah,
that was kind of what the.
Yep, that was the trade name. They used to be called Jaipuras, but
yeah,
wrong part.
That was the best. I love that. Yeah, it's like, being told that your Barneck was that's actually a Jaipura. It's like, all right, well, in hindsight, you were a fucking idiot.
Well, I think part of that is the importers said like, oh, this comes from the other side.
Yeah.
And so people assume not the other side of the bird's head, the other side of the island.
So this is one that I produced that I've raised up. Is this kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah, I've seen them even fainter than that, but that's pretty much it.
Sorry, Mike.
Well, no, I'm just saying I've literally seen them where they didn't have any dark pigment. It was just like 2 shades of beige.
Yeah, so like this.
Yeah, that's a stunning snake, man. That's cool.
Yeah,
that's nice. Yeah.
So yeah, it's her and her sister. They're like really light. I'm pretty happy about them. They're at like that 7-foot mark right now. So I'm hoping that's like the next step.
Like standard Barneck pairings.
No, they were both pretty reduced. So the sire of them, he was like really light, but kind of that two-tone look as well. The female was just like reduced pattern, but had kind of some dark melanin in the pattern. Let's see if I can find this picture of the male. Actually, really both of them. For anyone who's listening right now, this might be a good time to go to YouTube because we are looking at pictures of snakes now. And now I'm just talking to kill some time. Where is this fucking picture? All right, well, I guess I'll pull her up first. So this is mom. And 3, 2, upload, please, for fuck's sake. So that's mom. So like, obviously she's got black pigment on her, like pretty solidly, but like very little.
Very reduced.
Yeah, I'd say that's reduced for sure. No.
Yeah. But like not as reduced. Oh shoot, what have I done? As the dad, or I'll pull up here in a second.
And were all the babies reduced?
No, there was quite a variety.
Oh, so then that would rule out it being recessive then, because if
I think this would be purely a polygenic thing. That's dad.
Okay, yeah. If you got regular pattern ones, then that rules out a recessive.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely, at least with what I'm working with, it's definitely going to be a polygenic thing.
I love that the rice. Still, you can still see those little.
Yeah, when I was first getting into scrubs, this was the look of all scrubs that caught my eye the most, were the reduced pattern Barnecks, the so-called Maniquaries at the time. I
love that look, and it seems like everybody's going the other way.
Yeah, I know. Which like, like I haven't had too much of a problem selling the more reduced ones. I have people come to me like wanting Barnecks, and I send them pictures of more reduced ones. Like, tell me when you had the Prada line babies. I'm like, that's just a label that you read and sound fancy to you. Like, do you even care what the animal looks like? But I mean, I guess the way that I look at it too, for the time being, is like, okay, let's say that these are so far less in demand than the like really dark contrasty ones. Then now you have like a bit of a pricing tier within Barnecks, to where it's like, all right, the reduced ones can be a little less expensive, the heavy pattern ones can be more expensive, and then maybe that'll flip one day, and then the people who bought the reduced ones at the low will be happy because they got their money's worth. And I don't know. I think there's room for both, but I really appreciate when people appreciate the reduced pattern ones, because I think that they're just as beautiful in their own right, just in a totally different way.
Yeah, that's why I like the northern ones. You got all kinds of reduced patterns, stripy ones, heavy pattern, circle patterns. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to look at. Yeah,
I'm just totally untapped, and like, from like a I guess if you want to look at it from a business standpoint, if you're looking at scrubs, like, that's a project you can get in for, relatively speaking, less money now, that could be much more valuable in the future, because that's not where like the demand of Barnecks or Clastos is right now. But who knows, if in a few generations those northern animals are like super bright orange and deep black, high contrast, and they're like some of the best looking scrubs around, you're gonna regret when those animals were $1,000 a piece. And you didn't buy them if you really liked them. So, and then when they're $2,500 a piece, then everyone's like, oh my god, these are so cool now. It's like, okay, cool. good to see you finally. Holy shit.
Just they want to spend more, so they feel better about it.
Hey, more power to you. Then hit me up if you want to spend some money on scrub. I'll take your money, I guess. That's
unfortunately, there is a human condition where that is a thing that people luxury, like branding, is very it plays tricks on us. You don't get better necessarily by spending more sometimes, but
Yep. Ain't that the truth?
you feel better about it. So, oh well.
Yeah. It is tough, especially in like I guess a more emerging market, like the people who have been doing it for a while, I feel like are hesitant to, and same with me, I don't want to spend $3,000 on a class doe or whatever. Like you kind of price the people out that have been doing it for a while. It's kind of like an unfortunate double standard. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to kind of like wrestle with sometimes. I'm like, all right, you had your opportunity. You could have been buying animals when they were $300 a piece, but you don't want to like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't,
Yeah.
undervalue what you put so much hard work in to appease people who are mad that they didn't strike when the iron was hot. But then the new people who are coming in are more than happy to pay the still very reasonable price that scrub pythons are at these days, especially when you compare it to markets like chondros or boa morphs or whatever it may be. It's kind of, I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Kind of arbitrary how I phrase it, I feel like, but I feel like scrubs are in this kind of weird like limbo state where they're not really an expensive species, but they're not cheap like they used to be.
Yeah. Feels like they're kind of, I don't want to say that they're leveling out because I don't feel like things have leveled out yet with how expensive Class Lepus in particular are. But it seems like a lot of things kind of went up for a little bit and then have come down a little bit as well.
Yeah, sure.
And are kind of settling a little bit more. But
yeah,
with the amount of with the situation with imports and people producing stuff in captivity now and more people taking their hand at pairing some of this sort of stuff, it's tough to say. But I think that, like you're saying, when there's some people who are putting selective care into the stuff that they're breeding to make a certain thing that they're wanting to produce, I think that there is a huge potential for something to just blow up, maybe not overnight, but with one or two clutches of, I've seen some, I don't know what you guys are calling them, the Wamina Jayapura things, those ones where it's like, I've seen some that, have got great base color, really cool contrasted pattern, heavy pattern down the body and clean bars on the neck, and get a couple of those animals, pair those things together, and all of a sudden you've got a beautiful Halloween snake and throw a jack-o'-lantern label on it, and all of a sudden you got 100,000 people on the internet losing their minds over it, and then it goes from being it's like you're saying, $1,000 snake to you can pretty much name your price on it because it's something that you were selective and intentional about reproducing and breeding. And so will that happen? I think that will happen more over the next 10 years of people working with things and maybe having a little bit of vision with it. But
do you feel like that's gimmicky though in some way? Where
how?
If you make it's one thing to make a better one or what's perceived to be better, but to give it some kind of catchy name and try to make it into something that it's not. I don't know. I feel a little disingenuous about it.
Well, think about
every condo.
Well, yeah, I'm the wrong person to talk to about
some people
that.
Are not that bad. I'm thinking sockhead Pueblans or Halloween Hondurans or
no, Brian, we're over 3 hours in. Who's even listening anymore? Come on.
I think that it could be gimmicky, maybe, but also the way that the internet works and the way that people work is they like association. And so if they can associate something that they already recognize with something that they don't recognize, it makes it more digestible. And so that's why I threw out the Halloween whatever.
Yeah,
the
and I get that. I agree with. I mean, it's good marketing and all that. I just wonder if if you're trying to build interest in a relatively obscure group of snakes that the most people don't keep, I don't know, are you kind of, I feel like you're selling somebody something that's, I don't know, to keep them interested and actually be interested in the snakes for themselves. I feel like it's
Well,
a
most
weird.
people aren't going to go down that rabbit hole. It's like the dragon snakes. Like people see pictures of dragon snakes online all the time, and oh my god, this is the coolest snake. Blah 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 blah. And then they do a little bit of research and they go, oh well, I'm not feeding it tadpoles, and I'm not. They're only this big and this big around, and you know, do they get way more attention than people keeping them? Absolutely. Do I think that, like, personally, I don't get the hype that everyone, like, if they were 4 feet long and this big around, I'd be like, hell yeah, I get it, it's cool. But they're like a shoelace and they're such a pain in the ass to feed, and they are just like, to me it doesn't seem worth it. But they have that hype, they've got that name, people like them, but the same people who are interested in them are not just like scooping them up randomly. So it's people see
I think
baby
that's the
Bismarck
key
ring
word.
pythons, and Bismarck ring pythons still are $2,000, and people are not scooping them up and buying them all the time. So it's, I don't know.
Yeah, but
I
they've
think
also, there was a point when Bismarck ring pythons almost disappeared in the hobby because nobody cared.
That's right. They
Absolutely.
were
Basically, one guy
$100.
cared.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. No, I bought my first pair of ring pythons. I think it was like $250 shipped for a pair. It's
I
like no
turned
one
down one,
cared.
a nice aberrant one, for $150, and I still kick
I
myself in the
I
ass for
saw them
it.
at the Hamburg show 20 years ago for like $60 each.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
they
there
were
was a time when all the python breeders were breeding them, and
Yeah.
then everybody was like, "Oh, we all have the same thing," and then interest dies off, and that's what I kind of feel like with the scrub thing. If we created this hype based market, if you're
Mhm.
just going to build something up to just crash quicker than a nice gradual bringing people in, getting them actually interested in the snakes for what the snakes are, versus catchphrases and flashy this and flashy that, where I feel like there's no base to support the peak, so to speak.
People are going to get bit by their first scrub python, and then they're going to get rid of them if they can't handle it. is my opinion. People will figure out very quickly that they're in the deep end, and that you know
well, I mean,
maybe
it's
this was
no
not a
different.
wise decision.
It's not much different than chondros right now. I mean, there's a lot of hype on a lot of snakes out there that people are buying, and there's going to be a lot of heartbroken people when they go to pair some snakes and they kill some stuff and experience the heartbreak that chondros bring.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of heartbreaking people when they grow up a fucking green snake. And
That too.
they paid $5,000 for.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like some of the like concern with hooking somebody in with a flashy pitch kind of comes in with the follow through on that. Like, okay, now that we have your attention collectively, like scrub people have a new person's attention, like what does it look like from that point in? Is it more just trying to sell you this and that, and pyramid scheming you out like some of these other species that have kind of come and
Can't
gone?
even do it.
Well, right, yeah. For one, it's not even really that possible, but people will fall for stuff, as we've seen in especially in the last like 5 years with a project that I won't say what it is publicly. But then, okay, so like somebody gets hooked into the scrub community, but then finds the rest of everyone who's involved and like sees that the majority of what these people are focusing on are like the actual animals themselves. Do you think that
Mhm.
do you think that matters, Ryan? Like like you got hooked in by this cool snake that has flashy colors and a cool name. Now here's the rest of the experience once you're in. Do you think that matters, or do you think that person might just be too superficial and will just kind of like go the other direction?
I think it matters. I think you could want a certain thing, and if your experience isn't beneficial, then it doesn't matter. At a certain point, it won't matter. If they just don't like keeping it, you can't overcome that. I don't think
Yeah.
it's going to be, and that's
Sure.
why sometimes I wonder, like, are we better served to have more affordable ones that more people can dabble with, and maybe a lot of people don't end up liking them, but maybe if 10% do, now you can
Got
have,
more people working
yeah,
on them.
Yeah. I feel like one of the issues that the aforementioned unnamed species trend of mini versions of other snakes that were potentially too big for people to keep was like, okay, you get interested in these animals, you find someone on Instagram or YouTube or whatever, you show any sort of interest, and then like 10 sharks are on you at once trying to get you to give them like 20-30 grand. And like, oh, you're my best friend, let me take you to dinner at Tinley and come to my house and we're family now, hey, give me all your money. Like that's off-putting to people. Like, people were buying up all these snakes, realized they got fucked, sold all the snakes, and now they're soured to that community because their experience was so shit by people just trying to milk them for every penny that they were willing to spend to be part of this fun community. Do you think that the scrub market can hit a medium of like maybe some of the same tactics of generating interest, but then not the predatory, creepy piece of shit follow through?
yeah, I mean, it's anything's possible, but I think at the end of the
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, these snakes don't lend themselves to doing that. They're
Yeah,
just,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
no.
think,
that's what I was gonna say.
it's,
Yeah.
you, at a certain point, you can't, it's not equatable.
Yeah, sure.
So for me, I just wonder, like, are we, would we better off to have somebody buy, let's say, a $500 scrub python,
Yeah.
and then maybe they find out, this isn't the snake for me, versus somebody buying a $3,000 scrub python and going, this isn't the snake for me, which, like, I think they would just go, oh, I spent $500. It was a cool snake, but it wasn't my kind of snake.
Yeah.
And they might move on with not a bad attitude, or not even just a neutral attitude. But if somebody spends a lot of money, and then I think they can leave feeling more jaded than,
Sure.
just
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Probably.
that's the only thing that I would be concerned with, like trying to sell somebody some, crazy. It'd be one thing if, like, oh, your selectively bred one was $1,000 and your not so selectively bred one was $500.
Yeah.
Those are more doable for people than, oh, this one's $3,000 and this one's $600.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I mean, at least for me, it would have to be
Really,
mind-boggling to
yeah.
make up that difference.
Sure. I mean, I think that there's already a pretty good kind of like price gradient that exists within captive bred scrubs. Like, I feel like at this point, the low end of that market's probably around the $600 range, and then the high end of that market's probably around $2,500. But there's almost like everything in between as well.
Yeah.
And
Well, you do realize we screwed ourselves for the import prices. Once the internet hit Indonesia and they could see what we sell them for,
Yeah.
that's when
Thing,
the world became a lot smaller, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm only getting $5 for this. Why are you getting, And so if we up our captive bred prices, the wild ones don't stay stagnant. And you end up with this deal where they just start leapfrogging, and then next thing you know, like, okay, at this point, if you were to breed Bolini, what do you have to sell a captive bred Bolini for? The freaking import's 10 grand.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, what, you sell for 5 grand? I mean, like, it'd be the first time in history the captive bred's worth less than the,
Yeah.
So it's just a weird. I don't know. It's a weird scenario if the prices get too high, that we end up creating this loop of not good things.
Well, but I guess you could play the other side of that, to where if the prices of import scrubs and captive bred scrubs are more similar, then a new keeper would have almost no incentive to buy a wild caught scrub and potentially have a bad experience.
Yeah, no, that should help.
And then those wild caught scrubs would have to be taken more seriously for people like us who might need new bloodline, like a new animal for a bloodline. And like, all right, this Maruki is no longer a throwaway. Now it's actually really important, and I'm paying $700, but I'm, that this animal really matters now. Not that, I mean, it's you hate to characterize it that way, but when you could go to an import table and there's 25 Maruki scrubs on the table, you might not even pay much attention to it. But if you really need this one because now you're on F3 and you haven't outcrossed yet, and you really need to outcross, you want to outcross soon, now that animal that's 4 times as much as it was 10 years ago has much more importance to you, and that extra markup might actually be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting. Sometimes I wonder if the prices were less, more people could get in, maybe. Or you also have the other thing, then more people abuse them because they, don't value them as much. So it's kind of a tricky, what the right number is. I mean, how do you come up with that?
It's definitely a tricky balance tip because, like you say, you price them too cheap. Now the people at reptile shows who are just not serious at all and are not going to take good care of these animals might be like, oh, sure, why not? I'll give it a shot for $200. And then, you hit the happy medium of like, all right, you think if someone's going to spend, let's say $750 on an animal, that they've at least done research on it and have asked questions. Like,
yeah, you would think so.
You got to be really wealthy for like $1,000 to mean absolutely nothing to you. You got to be really pretty freaking wealthy in this world. So if you're going to spend that money, I'd really hope that you'd have the wherewithal to at least prepare yourself.
Yeah.
And most of the time people do, like almost all the time people do when they're spending that kind of money on a snake, at least in my experience. So
yeah, I'd hope so.
Yeah. I mean, obviously always the case, but yeah, it's interesting. This is actually a good question that I might not even have the best perspective on. You guys might have better than me. Lisa asked a little earlier. I hope she's still here for this. Are people still afraid of them?
Yes.
Not like they used to be.
Yeah. So tame scrubs are awesome, but a defensive one is scary for most people. So yeah, what do you guys think? Because I have the confirmation bias of like my day-to-day scrubbing that I do, but I still hear from people all the time. And even like, the episode I did with Nick recently, he's just like, if you get into a scrub python, like just be ready for a mean snake was kind of his look at it. And I was like, I'd even said on the show, I'm like, I haven't had the same experience. Yeah. So what do you guys think at this point? Are people still afraid of them?
I think so.
I think that they are
still afraid of CHONDROS. So,
yeah,
it's true. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think that they are, but they're not talked about in the same way that they used to be, because back 15, 20 years ago, whenever people talked about scrub pythons, they're just like, well, wear a face shield and, protect yourself, get some gloves because it is going to draw blood and it's going to go for your face. And that's just how they all are. And they're going to musk all over you. And they're, hyper defensive. And that's how they were portrayed to me.
Yeah,
a million years ago. And now there's more people that have had experience with captive bred ones, and there is a shift, but the average person is still afraid of a big tree snake that is looking for a big heat signature.
Yeah, I mean, an 8 to 9 footer, if they're not having it, it's intimidating.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think people can set themselves up for success with, how they set up young ones and kind of forcing interaction on a weekly
trust
basis.
Building, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, if they're in a setup where you don't have to touch it at all, then you're probably going to end up with one that bites and musks and hates you.
Yeah. This is a good perspective from TJ here. He said when he was vending a show recently, he had a few scrubs that he produced at the table. Most people thought they were mean snakes that got 15 plus feet. So, I mean, that's boots on the ground right there. You can't get better data than that. Yeah, and that's probably like for me why I said I might not have the best perspective on it, because people who talk to me about them see what I post. And I very intentionally post videos and pictures of the snakes in my hands and moving around and obviously like not being aggressive. And, you know, I guess it's kind of, you know, I think you could probably make an argument that I'm doing a disservice there, maybe, because like I'm not portraying what these snakes could potentially be like, but at the same time, that is kind of my experience with them, where most of them have really chill demeanors, especially the ones that I've raised, and like the ones that I mean, really all the babies, but you know, ones that I'm going to sell, I make it at least enough of an effort to interact with them when they're young to where like I can pretty much give a buyer a good idea of what the animal's demeanor is going to be when they buy one. And I have plenty of people who are like, I want, you know, a nice one for a pet. Is that me doing a disservice to be like trying to provide calm scrub pythons where it's like, maybe that's not kind of in their nature all the time to be that way? I don't know.
No, I think it's, if you only show mean ones, then you're gonna just, everybody's gonna think they're mean. And so I think it's, if somebody's buying them for a pet and they get a baby and they actually put in some effort, most of them are pretty good.
Yeah.
That's been my experience anyways. And I have a lot of snakes, so I don't play with them that much.
Yeah.
If you know, and that, I think that's probably where people with big collections that don't touch their snakes a lot, yeah, they're going to be defensive.
Right.
If you interact with them, you know, you get a routine going. You figure out a way to live with them and work with them, and they're fine. And so, if you're trying to sell captive bred babies that you've worked with, and you're giving them an honest, this is what the snake is going to be when you get it. This is what to expect, and if you keep at it, you should have this kind of a snake for the rest of its time. Then I don't think anything wrong with that. And you're not doing any more of a disservice than if you just showed defensive adults. I mean, that wouldn't be an accurate portrayal either.
No,
you would be, if anything, feeding into the negative stereotype that people already believe.
I feel like a lot of it just comes down to understanding their behavior. Like most of the time, what people see as an aggressive scrub python is just like one that is looking at you because they're super visual. Like their visual orientation is almost more akin to a colubrid sometimes than like a lot of other pythons. So if you're someone who's coming from like keeping ball pythons or short tails or whatever it may be, and now you're interacting with scrub python, like that might be super intimidating. But if you were coming from working with beauty snakes or tiger rat snakes, something like that, you're like, oh, that's what that is. That's just you acknowledging that I'm here and kind of figuring out what's going to happen next. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think there's some amount of education that needs to be done there. Is like what you're seeing as aggressive is really just this snake trying to figure out what's going to happen next.
What the heck is going on? Yeah.
And once it knows, it's like, oh, all right, cool. That's what we're doing. So,
yeah, a lot of them that are very cage defensive, as soon as you get them in hand, they're like a completely different snake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you let them, I mean, they're smart enough to, like you said, if you go to interact with them and they bring their attitude to you and you leave them alone, well, then they're going to be like, oh,
yeah,
that's all I have to do to be left alone. Well, then that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. That's why I think the removable hide box or nest box is such a useful tool for that. If you have like a larger animal, get them outside of that environment, like in a quick, swift motion before they even really realize it. Like if it's, you know, obviously not everyone who's going to keep a scrub python wants a hand tamed, chill animal, but I think I don't want an aggressive snake pretty much at all under any circumstances. Like I like to be able to be chill with my snake. So like, you know, remove that layer of the defense of like, okay, you're reaching into this thing's enclosure to get it. Now it's like on the ground or the table in front of you, and there's not a bunch of branches and shit to grab onto and getting back and circling around in the enclosure. Like I think there's a bunch of things that you can do to eliminate some of the situations that make them really defensive, that create that kind of like stacking of negative interactions that leads to a snake that's just always kind of on edge and pissed off at you.
Mhm.
So it just comes down to the amount of effort you're willing to put in at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you have a nice adult scrub python, man, handling that is unlike anything else.
The coolest freaking shit. It's so freaking cool.
I've had a lot of pythons, and when you hold a big, long, skinny, muscular scrub python that is inquisitive, that's hard to beat. That.
Yep.
Such a cool snake.
It's a very passionate description. I appreciated that. No, but I mean, shoot, I have like only a handful of non-scrub pythons here for that exact reason. Just like, I've been not quite to Ryan's level, but like I've either kept myself or worked with a job at least of the different kinds of pythons you can work with, and just nothing compares. It really, like, there's no close second. There really isn't. I mean, I love plenty of other pythons, but just with everything that they have to offer, my cage space is just better spent on, for me, more scrub pythons than like having white lips or pop ones or Indian python. I love Indian pythons, but like, I don't know. To me, they're all missing something that the scrub pythons have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like handling a nice white lip too, but those scrubs are just something else.
Yeah, just I don't know, the way they almost kind of like a bird face to them. I don't know. They're just it just it just feels, and this could also just be like biased, but it just feels like there's so much more calculation going on. They're never in too much of a rush. They're like, there's this confident, I don't know, there's everything. Like they're an arboreal snake, but they're not just perching all the time. And not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but like you get a lot of different dynamics in one snake with a scrub python.
They move. See?
Yep. They move at night.
From the left side of the branch to the right side of the branch.
Hey man, don't be disparaging the green pythons.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm just...
Unless it's a hybrid, then you can shit on it all you want.
Hell yeah.
Which is like what, 70% of the captive creature pythons right now?
Jesus,
97.
fucking 97, probably 98.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. No.
Most people like those mutts, or I guess they don't. I don't know if they like them or if they've been conditioned to like them.
That's a deep thought.
Goes back to the height.
I think it's I think it's conditioning.
I can't shut on too much. I have them too. I like them all.
I can't do it.
I mean, it's really like, it's so easy to get hooked in by like the top 0.01% designer.
Yeah.
Chondro. Like just from like painting, it's like, whoa, that's a beautiful painting.
Yeah. I've literally had people who I'm friends with who know absolutely nothing about reptiles. And when I'm talking to them, they're like, oh my goodness, I follow this guy and he's got this green and black, and it's something like the illness or something. they pull up the picture like, the sickness. Yeah, yeah, it's a green tree python. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Like, but like, for the average person who knows nothing about anything reptile related, it's still, worth the follow on Instagram for them to look at them and to appreciate them and all that jazz. So I get it that, people, like you're saying, it's like a painting where it does things for some people and all that.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like in the chondro, like if you were talking regular non-snake people and you show them a red baby or a yellow baby, 95% of them are going to think the yellow baby's cooler.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
It's only chondro people that care the other way.
Yeah.
The general populace that knows nothing thinks the yellow baby is
way
far
cooler.
Spectacular.
Yeah. And they appreciate just a nice green tree python. It doesn't need to be like, don't get me wrong. A lot of people would like the calico looking stuff if they saw it, but the average person, if they just see a regular plain green tree python, they still will think that's a beautiful snake.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. I love when people who are working with non-green snakes, like, oh, and look here, this kind of like green hue right here. I'm like, what the fuck are you looking at? That fucking snake. And then the people who have the green snakes are like, fuck, I hope it's not green. Like, God, it's green.
Any color, let it be mustard. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, people just want what they don't have, huh? That's probably just the answer to that.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I guess.
Shoot, I mean, some of the nicest chondros I've ever seen. I'm like, if I could keep one, some of like the really cool, like kind of neon base color Australian scrubs. Holy shit! Like, you can't make that snake better. And they kind of have that like lime green base color.
Yeah.
All that white flecking on. I'm like, my gosh, that's just so like, you can't improve on that. You really can't. You don't want to add too much more white because then you overshadow the lime green. Like,
Yeah, I still think with the chondros, just like we talked about with the scrubs, the most spectacular individual from the 4 species, I still think looks better than the most spectacular mutt that anybody's ever made.
this is an interesting question, and that we can actually also kind of equate this to another locale as well. But so yeah, why do Maruki scrubs come in by the boatload, but we can't seem to get Maruki green trees? And then I'll flip that on its head. Let's go up north to Biak, where the opposite's the case. We get all these Biak chondros, but not Biak scrubs.
Yeah.
You want me to answer that one?
I mean, you probably have the best insight. I not to.
Well, Maruki chondros don't actually occur in Maruki or anywhere near Maruki. It's quite a ways north. So, hence the reason we didn't have the orange quote-unquote highland scrubs for a long time, because they come from the same place that the Maruki chondros come from, and it's not Maruki. So that's the main reason. And there's not a lot of collecting infrastructure in the south that there is in the north for whatever reason.
Okay.
I think it's it seems to be the case that most of the collection bases and the traders happen to be in the north.
Yeah.
And so they don't.
I mean, I don't really remember, even back 15, 20 plus years ago, tons of, nicely striped Maruki chondros coming in. They were still fairly few and far between.
Yeah, I think it's you had there's actually a better infrastructure on Aru for collection, the way the boat infrastructure and stuff works.
But even there, we don't see tons of Aru scrubs.
Yeah.
Coming
No, I think like I've heard that the people on Biak don't like collecting scrubs. They have a reverence for them. I've heard that it varies from they feel that they're religiously they're something, and then I've heard that they're scared of them. I've heard different reasons why the scrubs are harder to get, and I think a big part of it I learned being at the farms. They're only issued a certain amount of permits to get them, and they already have their guy. Like if you're a farm and you can get 50 scrub pythons to export throughout the world in a year, and you already have a guy in Sarong who will provide you 50 scrubs, then that's what you're going to buy.
Yeah, sure.
Because there's permitting and stuff that you can't you have to be like Clastolepis got rare because the guy who collected Clastolepis legally stopped doing it. He moved. That's why Clastolepis got rare. A single dude moved from the island to a different part of Indonesia, and nobody has gotten the paperwork to legally do it. I think there's a new person trying to do it now, but nobody had done the actual to get the collection permit, and a lot of the clastos that had come in weren't supposed to be here, but they weren't done right. And so you have a situation where that's why Clastolepis got rare. Not because they got rare on the island, not because they're rare species, but the dude who was legally able to get them moved. And nobody got the paperwork.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
And so I don't know if BIOC is the same. If the collectors on BIOC don't have the permits to do scrubs, and if the farm already has a licensed collector on Sarong, they're not going to try to get somebody to do license collecting somewhere else because they can only get 50. They can get them all from the one guy already.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to tell the guy on Sarong? Oh, sorry, I only want 20 of yours because I've actually got a new guy on BIOC I want to buy from. And then, they get mad at each other, and then, so it's an infrastructure situation more than,
Yeah.
And they don't see them as different. They can only sell a certain amount of scrubs, and a scrub is a scrub. So if you can get your 50 from that guy, you're going to get your 50 from that guy. You got a good business relationship. Everything's good. He's got his paperwork in order, and you don't have a problem. So that's a lot of the issues. It's not local scarcity or anything like that. It's literally just you have a lot of a lot of different agencies involved over there, and getting stuff to Jakarta from New Guinea is a whole system in itself. And once that pipeline's built, they just keep it going. They're not trying to constantly build new pipelines because Indo doesn't give them more permits. It's not like if they say, oh, well, we're going to get some BIOC scrubs too, and Indo goes, oh, well, you can have 50 BIOCs and 50 of these. That's not how it works. They just say, no, it's all amethystina. You get your 50, that's all you get. And so there's no incentive to try to build a pipeline, so to speak, or an infrastructure somewhere else.
Yeah. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. It's a shame for us.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, the reality is if you bred your BIOC scrubs, it would be amazing. And the worst thing that could happen is they start importing them. So, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
True.
It's nice, it's nice when they're not
import
coming in.
A few more?
Yeah.
Then stop.
Yeah, let me have like 10 and then cut it off.
It's like, all right, export, like 10. Just export 10. And then never again. And we'll be great.
And then never again.
So back to what you
babies at like $4,000 a piece, and then they'll start importing them.
Oh, they will then, yeah.
That is true.
That's why Clasto all of a sudden started coming back, because there was too much money to ignore it.
Yeah. But man, if BIOC scrubs imported became any more than, I mean, shoot, even what they can be now, I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend that much money on a BIOC scrub and wild caught. Like that's I don't know. It's a hairy precedent right there. Like if they were like $300, okay, that's a little easier to swallow. But like there were some that were posted on MORPH Market for like I think $1,200 or $1,300. Like, man, that's quite the gamble for a snake that has like a very low success rate in captivity.
Yeah.
And frankly, like this might sound like a dick thing to say, but these people who are getting these in from the importers, like these flippers, they don't even know what it is.
They have no idea.
Like, they have no idea what a BIOC scrub is. And I don't know. Like what business do you have getting an animal to flip, but you don't even like, you're not even aware of what it is. Like,
but in a lot of ways that's better.
I guess,
because if they knew what it was and then they overvalued it, and then you're competing, now you're making more people try to find it. When if you're the guy who knows what to look for, you go, oh, that's a BIOC plain as day. You pick it up, no worries, nobody knows, everything's good. But you start creating a bunch of buzz for something, and you tell everybody what it looks like, and everybody starts looking for it, what's the odds you're going to be the guy that gets it?
Yeah. I just feel like if I was selling something, I'd want to know what I was selling so I could sell it effectively. But I don't know, maybe it's a crazy thing to think.
Yeah,
I think my headset's gonna die. Check out of here.
No worries. Well, I guess before that happens, let everybody know where they can find you and keep up with what you're doing, Brian.
Front Range Arboreals on Instagram, and I'm popping around on some of the different groups on Facebook, just as my name, Brian Fischer.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for being with us here tonight, Brian. This was a lot of fun.
It was a fun conversation.
Thank you for sticking for the almost 3:45. That's with the marathon. So
I called out 4 hours in the beginning. I didn't think you'd try to hit it, but
man, I didn't. I mean, we didn't really try to hit it. It just kind of happened. But now it's almost a pressure. It's like, man, is Ryan really going to let Nick beat him? Like,
I didn't know we were having a competition. I had no idea that was the thing.
I mean, we got to be now. We're 15 minutes away. It's like you're going to run 25 miles of the marathon. Like, that's kind of sad.
Oh, no, we'll get it now. We'll just keep at it.
All right, guys. We'll have fun.
All right.
Talk to you later.
It's nice to meet you, Brian.
Yep.
Okay.
See ya.
Talk to you later. All right. And then there were 3.
Bum, bum, bum.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. So I kind of want to go back to what you mentioned about the Maruki chondros. Was your implication that, or in, I don't know, whatever, we're fucking late. Were you implying that they are from Tamika, in fact?
Maruki chondros?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen something where they don't occur. I think it's like 100 miles north of. It's a ways, because Maruki's in that dry eucalypt scrub, basically northern Australia, portion of southern New Guinea.
Right.
And it's not till you get to the rainforest that the chondros occur.
Okay.
So Maruki's down there in that, the country where you have the, water pythons and stuff like that, not the rainforest stuff.
Okay.
And then there's not a lot of, there's not an infrastructure for trade down there that's very built up.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, isn't the northern part of the island just more developed, period, in general?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know if it is. There's obviously built up areas, more built up, I guess. But
because I mean, like Jayapura, Sarong, like they're cities as much as they are cities, right?
Yeah.
But does that really exist on the southern side?
Yeah, I think Maruki's a city. I think Tamika's a city. Usually, if there's a mining interest around, there's infrastructure.
Sure.
And so, but there's really no there's nothing in Oxable and
right.
Places like that. There's no. If you don't have collectors going there, there's just not the infrastructure to fly to Maruki for a licensed collector, go to Oxable, get, when they can only get, the government limits how many they can get.
Right.
So if you can get it from somebody in Sarong who's already got his permits, already has everything set up, you're not gonna risk trying to get somebody set up somewhere else. It's just and there's a lot of corruption, I'm sure, and people don't do it right, and then snakes get busted in transport, and it's just
that makes sense.
They're going to do what I mean, I keep saying the infrastructure, but the infrastructure is there to get the amount that they can get already. So there's not much incentive for them to go elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Very true. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least we have some of these populations represented over here that we kind of have something to work off of. So
yeah, I think the fact that any biox scrubs even come in is probably just because it's just bycatch basically for the most common chondro. And if it wasn't the most common chondro, we still probably wouldn't even know what a biox scrub looked like.
Yeah. Damn. That's rough. That's rough to think about. Thank God that's not the case, because man,
but
they're fucking cool.
They're neat, but I mean, it's one of those. Are they neat because you can't get them, or are they neat
Yeah.
because they're, you know, if they were all the same price and nobody knew anything about rarity or perceived rarity or value, are they any cooler than a Barnack? Probably not.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
are
know.
they?
No, I'd say for me, I just like the fact that it looks, they have like a pretty unique look compared to the other scrubs. What really gets me with them. But yeah, I mean, if you line them up side by side, they're definitely not one of the more eye-catching scrubs. No doubt
Yeah,
about
no, I think you could probably argue they're one of the most boring looking.
it. Yeah, like just as themselves, but like in contrast to everything else within the scrub complex, I think is why they are so interesting to me, because they're just so different.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way: if Biox scrubs were the most common scrub, and you'd only ever seen 2 Barnecks, you would think, "Holy shit, that Barneck is the
Yeah,
coolest thing I've ever seen." And these Biox are,
yeah,
just plain Jane scrubs.
sure. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I still think that about Barnecks now, and I have like 40 of them. But,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know.
that's what the Biox. I like the Biox. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah,
I think it's because we can't get them is a big part of why we're like, oh yeah, these are so cool, and
yeah, sure.
more so than any thing they actually bring to the table.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. I think for me, a part of it too is like I really want to kind of not be conquered by them how I have been. It's like, and also,
They're your white whale, like Halmaheras are for me.
Oh boy.
yeah, they probably are my white whale over Clastos, I think, because yeah, it just like to even have the ability to attempt to breed Beox scrubs is a pretty big thing, considering just how few of them have been around.
Yeah.
So I don't know. She's watching the podcast right now. You got a lot resting on your spine there, Ms. Beox scrub. Yes, and fucking, this is important business. You got to fucking actually breed this here.
Well, hopefully you don't beat me to it. I gotta try to get you.
Hopefully I do.
Well, I'm hoping the other way. But I am rooting for you at the same time.
Thank you. I mean, shoot, you were so pissed off you didn't even look at my reduced pattern Barnecks that I had bred Arus and Halmas. So
I was jealous. I wasn't pissed. I was like,
Oh,
damn.
okay. Like, this fucking kid just bred
God damn it. I want to do that.
this stupid child.
I didn't think that.
Oh, all right. Maybe I just thought that. This is an interesting question. Do you guys know how importing essentially works from EU, America, blah blah blah? Wait, all right. I might. Goddamn, 4 hours in, I can't even read. Do you guys know how the importing worked? Does people in other places?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No.
So I think
there's licensed collectors, and they sell to licensed farms, and then licensed farms
yeah,
have their quotas issued to them from the government, and then they're allowed to ship out that many snakes.
yeah. So I think this was when we were talking about the Beox.
Yeah.
Do they look like the Bismarck scrubs?
No.
Not really. Not to a. Not
They look like a muted northern scrub.
Yeah. And then I feel like the Bismarck scrubs almost look more carpet
Bismarck
python
scrubs
than
look like
anything.
a carpet python.
Yeah.
Like if you bred a Halmahair scrub to a carpet or something.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Super strange. Yeah, that would be freaking. I mean, so we have like the Bismarck ring pythons. Why were the scrubs never broached when
Demand.
those were? No one
There was
cared about them?
one made it here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was the Bronx Zoo, I think, had a Bismarck that got smuggled in with ring pythons.
Okay. So, and I don't really know the origins of ring pythons. Was that just the case where they were that's how the original animals made it into the industry?
Yeah, I've heard various stories from people went over there posing with paperwork as left they were some official from a zoo
Okay.
and got the locals to collect them stuff, and then they brought it home.
Because Bismarck is part of PNG, correct?
Yeah.
It's not Indonesia. So,
No.
okay, that's what I thought. So it just, yeah, totally different set of rules they're going by over there.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to collect a rare thing, and all the media says all scrub pythons are the same thing, then yeah, you're gonna go get the one. The ring python doesn't occur anywhere else, so
Yeah,
that's what you're gonna focus on.
sure.
And it's smaller and more compact, and
Yeah,
I guess for getting it home makes it more convenient.
must be. Okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, shoot, it'd be awesome to be able to see some of those animals, obviously legally in the trade eventually, but just to even know that they exist and that they're so different is just such a cool, just such, it's just like, it's so cool to even know that, because then it also gives you kind of that little like thought in the back of your head, like, all right, now what else is there out there that we don't even have a concept of yet with scrub pythons? Like,
Yeah, I think I've seen every species of python in the flesh, other than I think there's two over there that I haven't seen.
wow,
So,
damn,
so just to see, even just to see it, and I mean, I've played with their dead bodies, but I haven't seen one alive.
nice.
I've probably seen 30 of them, 30 dead ones. So, and they
Ouch.
vary. They vary. There's stripier ones, banded ones, more contrast, less contrast.
Yeah,
They, they have things to offer.
yeah, absolutely. No, that's an awesome one. That's one that, just even like I said, even knowing that that's out there is just so cool. So let's see, what are we gonna do for 4 minutes, guys? What do you think?
We've got to be able to talk about something.
Shit, Rob, you got anything?
I'm trying to think of like some of the scrub things that I've been watching recently. I mean, there's been a handful of people who have been able to produce Barnecks now. I wonder what the main thing is that's the difference between now and 10, 15 years ago, when all the people I knew who were trying to do Barnecks could not fucking get them to reproduce. Whether I don't know, things just seem different now, and I'm curious to see why that is.
Yeah.
Well, a long time ago, Barnecks and Southerns were always the ones being routinely bred when I got into this.
Yeah.
And then like the Barkers were doing both consistently. Yosser
Mhm.
did both consistently. And then there was a long period where, like you said, there'd be a clutch here,
Yeah.
2-3 years, a clutch there.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if it's effort or if it's, just lack of trying or what it is, but
Yeah. And it seems like Southerns are easier to breed. It seems like there's way more people producing the Southern and Merauke type things. Like I can think of at least a half dozen people that produce them very consistently.
is that an availability thing though?
That's what
Southern
I
seem to be
think.
the most commonly available.
Probably.
Cheapest, so you
In-
got
Yeah.
In
more
my
people
experience breeding them, they're not easier for me than Barnecks necessarily.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was always told Barnecks and Southerns were like virtually identical in the reliability aspect of reproducing
Hmm.
by people that had done it. So
Yeah.
I think it's probably just if most of the imports are Southerns, the ones survivability percentage wise, you're
Yeah.
going to have just more people that can pair up Southerns
Yeah.
over time than
But think of, like,
Barnecks.
there's no other scrub type that, like, you guys probably remember. I think it was 2018 when Dan Mallory had that huge import of Southerns. So there was like 40 or 50 that came over all at once.
Yeah.
I've never seen another scrub type have any moment like that. Where there's just like this giant influx of them all at once. Like even Barnecks, you would on the old list that would pop up, there might be like 6 of them or 8.
They'd be like 4 only.
Yeah, but never
I don't
like
know.
never
Doug
like
Price
one.
brought in I remember some of the old lists where there'd be, 10 or 12 Clastos, 10 or 12 Halmas, Nada, all the different mainland scrubs, all at once coming in.
I was probably not keyed in on that sort of stuff back
I may
then.
not have been alive.
I think Indo, I don't know if they've changed the, because scrubs that you can still, I believe, they don't have to be captive bred. Like chondros are technically supposed to be F2 generation captive bred. The scrubs aren't, that's not the case with them. So they can send them out, but they don't have unlimited, it's not a, you can send out 100.
I think the quotas have shrunk over the last 5 years to a pretty good degree, if I understand that correctly.
Yeah, and Nada and Clastolepis and Halmas have their own quota.
Right.
So it took a while to get there, but that's...
And then, and then a lot of the demand in Asia and the Middle East has kind of, I think, taken a lot of the supply that we get as well.
Yeah.
So it's at least we're competing with more countries, even competing with Indonesia as well.
Yeah, that's one thing we did learn is there's a burgeoning, very big trade now in captive keeping in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, those guys are going to get the best of the best because
they're right there.
Right there.
Yeah, no purpose of exporting your stock when you can just keep it there,
Yeah, they have they have shows and stuff now, and
whole
9
yards, it's really cool actually.
So we're competing against that. We're competing against
and they do almost like in like the dog show way where they have like the best in show.
Best in show, yeah.
Yeah, years ago I had a conversation with Dave Barker who suggested that we should be doing stuff like that because then you can, like, if you take your scrub python, let's say, to a show and I bring mine and yours beats mine and then you breed it to another pedigreed one and you can create a hype that way by like, this is the best in show 2025 bred to the best in show 2018 and and it gives people an aspect of like, you can get this scrub, and if it's the most beautiful scrub, you can take it to the show and show it off to the world, and you can get a ribbon and feel good about yourself. And then
we just gotta start racing them, and then the Saudi money will come in, and we're all gonna be living large.
But it's there is an aspect like there's a lot of ways this hobby could do things to.
Can scrub you dirty, dirt fuck.
Huh?
I was trying to make a pun with the Kentucky Derby. It's been over 4 hours. My brain's not working anymore. But I mean, but that is an interesting idea. But unfortunately, I don't think enough. Well, I'm not even going to say that. It's a little pessimistic. Like, it would be a pretty big paradigm shift to get that type of like focus. But that would be super cool to like at a reptile show weekend, like around the auction or something. There's like the show, like the kind of dog show style reptile event. And
I think the Daytona picked out stuff. That's true. Daytona picked out stuff and they gave out awards and I think cash, but it was like a subset thing where they just like announced it, gave the people things, but they didn't have like a like stand side by side and everybody show off their thing like they do in Indonesia.
Yeah, well, like even like look at like rabbits. You go to the local fair, and there's the best in show for that fair, and then that guy takes that rabbit to the state fair and tries to win at the state level, and then from the state level you can go to the nationals, and there's a whole little industry built around all that.
Yeah.
And whether that's feasible or not with the snakes, it may or may not be, but it would add a level of intrigue to the hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. And I almost feel like, it gives more like legitimacy in the way that, like with dogs, how
AKC registered and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, that the people aren't coming for the whole show dog thing the way that they're coming for us, I feel like. And there's, obviously inevitably there will be, but like once you add that level of like prestige, it's hard to really hit you with a lot of that animal rights dogma, because it's like these things are pampered better than any human,
Yeah.
like these dogs are living their fucking best life. The same thing can be said for anything that's kind of treated that way. So
Yeah, well, the other hard part is like, can you imagine if your show snake was in shed for the competition?
Oh shit!
Like, you know what I
Damn
mean?
it.
There would be like,
I'd
you
be
could
so
have the
heated.
best one there, and then it's just bad timing.
yeah, you find some compound that like makes them go into shed automatically, and you give it to them like 3 weeks before the show. Now we're just dosing them up with steroids and hormones and shit like that.
Great.
So maybe there's a point where this could get out of hand. Yeah, that shed thing kind of ruins it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with doing it with reptiles.
Yeah. Damn, we had such a great idea, and now it's just. What if it's in shed? Oh, fuck.
Well, better luck next time.
Yeah.
Well, think about how cool that really would be if you were like, look, this is my grand champion,
Yeah.
this is my grand champion Barneck bred to my state champion Barneck. How does your Barneck stack up to that? It could be cool if you could figure out how to do it.
It'd be like Wagyu beef.
There you go.
Legit.
You got no certification on that? That's fucking dog food right there.
Oh man.
So, I think we just solved all of our industry's problems in 4 hours.
Yeah.
Something
I
like
don't
that.
think we solved anything.
Damn, what were we doing here? Well,
We're just having fun, shooting the shit.
ain't that the truth? Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, man. This is a super fun episode. I really appreciate the time, the over 4 hours of time, setting the record for the longest podcast. Maybe not on the entire channel, but at least for my show.
All right, we got her done. That's what's important.
We sure did. I mean, shoot, anything else for you guys, Dip?
No, I think we covered it.
I think we're there. All right, sweet. Ryan, where can everyone find you on the old internet?
I'm pretty easy to find. It's you can find me Facebook, Instagram, wherever. Google my business, Molecular Reptile, or me, and you should be able to find me.
Google the Python God.
No, don't Google that. You'll get Steven. You'll just get to Steven. 'Cause you're the one that's saying it all the time. So it'll show up.
It's not just me, man. Everyone thinks this too.
No, I don't think so.
All right, Rob, what about you?
Check me out on Instagram. Rob is Creeping It Real. Check out Reptile Talk Podcasts with me and Jeremy. We're
Hell yeah.
a little hiatus right now, but we're working on getting some stuff recorded so that we can ease back into things. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
I gotta
How about
work
you?
on my shtick. You guys make me look bad, man. Rob's got it all like laid out.
Yeah, you
That's
got
because I had to do the spiel at the end of every episode. So
All right. I gotta work on it. I gotta have a little
You do.
note card or something.
Absolutely. You got to have it all ready to go. Well, this is what I always say at the end of these episodes. If you don't know how to find me yet and you're listening to the show, you've done something wrong. I don't want to go through it all because I'm tired and it's late. But thank you, everybody, for checking out the episode. I really appreciate it. Definitely one of the best ones I've done on here. Huge shout out to Ryan, Rob, and Brian for making this episode so awesome. Thank you, everyone in the live chat. And take care, everybody. Check you all back here next week for a new episode.